state of tune are in the clubman class. There's also the sportsman category. That's the next step up from there. Then we have the performance class, which is sometimes known as Class D. Class C, or modified, again, another step up there. That's where you really start to see some properly track-prepared stuff, and in fact it's Class C out there and running at the moment. So you see there Johnny Fletcher just heading out onto the circuit in his Vauxhall Astra. That's a great example. That car is very much a race-prepared machine. And then just at the start line there, you've got the BMW E46 M3 of Adrian Bradley, who you may be familiar with from the world of British saloon car racing. There's two classes, though, above the cars we're seeing on the circuit right now. The Wild class, which is our most populated category, filled to the brim with cars with hundreds upon hundreds of brake horsepower. And then a select breed, but a very fast breed, is the Outlaw class. Those are the quickest cars you'll see today. We'll talk to you about those a little bit later on. You saw there just now in the previous shot the finish line for this weekend is halfway down the back straight, down Steb Straight. That is how we do things on this time trial, this sprint format. We start at the pit exit. They run around Gerrard's Bend, down the Steb Straight. There's then a chicane before the John Cooper S's just to slow things down a little bit. Shaw's Hairpin, Devil's Elbow across the finish line, but then you continue on for a second run around Gerrard's Bend, the first corner, and then you break the finishing timing beam as the Astra of Johnny Fletcher just did there on our feed. 86.84 was his time that on that occasion. Not the quickest of the Class Cs on this occasion, I don't think. That honour going to Mantas Sliogeris in his Mazda MX-5. That car, a wonderful machine with a Chevrolet LS engine swapped into a Mazda MX-5. However, we could see a faster time out of this man, Adrian Bradley. However, I do think it might be starting to spit with rain down there at the chicane a little bit. You can see some raindrops on the camera there. Again, we remind you that at this stage of the day, we are merely practicing. But of course, all of these lap times matter. The drivers want to be as quick as possible, and that starts in the practice runs. Adrian Bradley, incredibly fast across the line as he turns into Gerrard's Bend. 612 car. Powering through the curve and across the line. What kind of lap time does Bradley put in? It's going to be somewhere in the low 80s, I suspect, even with rain. In fact, make that a 77.72. That is just under a tenth away from Mantas Sliogeris' fastest time in the LS-powered Mazda MX-5. But Adrian Bradley looking competitive within Class C. Next up, we focus on the Wild class. This is Sergio Bonin in the Mitsubishi Evo 8. As you can see, a lot of aerodynamic appendage on that car. Sergio believes that at 1,075 kilos, 1075, he believes it might be the lightest Evo 8 in the United Kingdom. But what about this? A welcome return to competition for the almighty Audi Quattro, the Audi 80 Quattro. That is driven by Keith Murray from Swindon. Keith has been absent from competitive running since 2018, but is back out there now in his Audi 80 Quattro that has made quite an impact on European hill climb competition. That 45 car one to watch, I'm sure. Bonin's time is in. It's a 76.08, so that's the benchmark from Sergio. There's the mighty Audi across the line, and the time is a 76.37. Good effort from the 45. We saw out there as well Graham Martin. He's next in the queue. Not underway just yet, but that car, a very familiar sight for anyone who's a long-term follower of the classic touring car racing club Thunder Series. Used to be a regular runner there in previous ownership. It now belongs to Richard Wright. We saw it last year as well here at the QUICK60. A car with a lot of prominence and provenance, this SCR Subaru. Running now through the chicane before the John Cooper S's. Those four-wheel drive cars, of course, particularly spry coming out of that chicane, which will be a benefit later on. When we go competitive running, Clive Fulcher, the next out there as well, also in a Subaru Impreza, and this is Paul Wright, making it 3 Imprezas out on the circuit at once. Of course, all of these cars developed and built by different people. They will have different strengths and weaknesses, even though they are broadly the same shape. Richard Wright is just coming up to the finishing line at the moment around Gerrard's Bend. And we'll see what kind of lap time we get out of Richard. He's already gone through. 72.02 is the time. Here comes Clive Fulcher in the second of the Scoobies out in this run. A bit wide there, going through Gerrard's. Powers out of the corner now. And I don't think that's quite going to be on the level of of Richard Wright's performance, but Paul Wright will be across the line shortly. Clive Fulcher a 76.7 in the white car. So now we get to see what the black car of Paul Wright does. Guessing it might be a little bit off both of the other Subarus, just looking at the body language of the car. It's going to be in the 80s, an 83.777 for Paul Wright. Some wonderful sideways action going on at the moment as the cars continue to flow out there. Robert Osborne in his BMW M2 competition, and this is the very sideways Honda S2000 of Ramuna Sepulis. He is frankly a nutcase, but we always love to see him here in this event. Very sideways piece of kit, but you can tell when a driver has the car in the sweet spot when they're willing to do that. He has drifted, he has competed in time attack. That car, I believe, runs over 600 horsepower, wearing that Jay's Racing wide body kit as well. I know it's not a Spoon kit, but it does still remind me of the Spoon GT1s from the Gran Turismo series. Here's a rather unique machine, one of the more historic cars out there, the Turner Mark II Mod Sport of Chris Greville. You can find photos of this car racing upwards of 5 decades ago here at Mallory Park. And really nice to see a mix of modern and historic here at QUICK60. We get that each and every year. Exciting cars, past, present, perhaps one day even future. How long before someone comes along with a concept or something of that variety? Here's Chris Edwards. He will be one to watch, I suspect, not just in this class, the wild class, but potentially even in the overall top 15 shootout at the end of the day. Chris Edwards in this Mazda 323 GTX is very quick. The 323 car runs without a sponsor. I've been told to say sponsors very much welcome on Chris Edwards' car. So if you do like the look of that black Mazda 323 that drops 11s out of the corners, of course being rear-wheel drive, then there's an option for you. Mr. Adrian Smith is out there in his Toyota GR Yaris as well. Very famous car, of course, the Fensport liveried machine. And there is Neil Shaw in his massively impressive Audi S1. Huge rear wing on this car. Huge aero, huge power. It is a really incredible car. Here comes Chris Edwards to the line. Let's see what kind of lap Edwards puts in his Mazda 323 GTX. It's going to be somewhere, I imagine, in the 70s. It is a 76.96. That is a very good time. Not the quickest we've seen so far today out of the wild class, but certainly up there in the top couple. Adrian Smith across the line, 74.27 for Smith. That puts him a lot closer to the likes of Darren Spooner and indeed Ramuna Sepulis, who is up there among the pace setters in this wild class. The quickest of the wild cars so far, though, has been Richard Wright on his 72.02. He's currently fastest of the drivers in that category. Neil Shaw's time just across the line is 76.94. So again, we are into practice here. Darren Spooner recently got some practice at the Donington Park circuit in this wonderful Peugeot 205. It's powered by the motor from a Peugeot 106, but I believe it's pushing out somewhere in excess of 500 brake horsepower. Front wheel drive, much wider at the front track than the rear track. It is a very impressive car, one that he works very hard on, and he said to me, you know what, I've really got this car set up with Mallory in mind now. I haven't had that in previous years, so we'll see what Spooner can do. There's Dmitry Shribny, another favourite of QUICK60. A bit of a lock-up there into the chicane before the John Cooper S's. But again, only practice. He can get away with that at this stage. Watch Shribny then out of the hairpin, because I imagine he'll be fast. We'll look at him later on. Darren Spooner comes up to the finish line. Very quick through Gerrard's. A lot of downforce and a lot of confidence in the car, more importantly, for Spooner. A 73.12 for Spooner. So just over a second off the fastest in his class, that being Richard Wright in the Impreza. You have to consider, of course, that the four-wheel drive launch on the Impreza will be worth quite a bit of time. But what a run there from Spooner already. With all guns blazing. Dmitry Shribny with a 79.43. Not quite the time we expect from him, but there again, we did see him have a bit of a lock-up. We know he can be fast. He's made it to the sharp end of QUICK60 on many occasions before. Now the Outlaw class heads out onto the circuit. Andy Hughes in his Subaru WRC two-door, as it is listed. I'm not entirely certain whether or not this is an authentic WRC chassis. I will ask him that question in the paddock later on. Jack Malpass in his R35 GTR, despite being in the outlaw class, it is still road registered, but it is anything but stock. Jack Malpass's Nissan GTR pushing out a lot of power, albeit, of course, still in somewhat of a road-going state. You could see there a bit more body roll, perhaps, than some of the purebred lap time considered cars out there on the circuit. Here comes Richard Wright. Andy Hughes again through the first corner. He's coming up to the end of his run. Two very similar white Subarus out there on the circuit, but this is Andy Hughes. He'll come across the line and break the beam in, I'm guessing the 70s somewhere, but let's see exactly where. Andy Hughes still not registered as a lap time, just now coming up as a 75.53, so not a bad run, but a little way off what we're expecting as peak performance. Jack Malpass crossed the line for a 72.66. That's a good effort from Jack in the GTR. Richard White looking committed through Gerard's. I reckon he might be sub 70. Yes, a 69.28. But all eyes now on the start line and all eyes on Ollie Clark, who has already gone sub 60 seconds today. He departs from the start-finish line, or from the start line of this Mallory Park sprint configuration in GobStopper 3, one of the fastest race cars in the country. 940 brake, 940 kilos. Very, very potent car. A little bit slow to pick up there out of the chicane, but by the time it approaches Shaw's hairpin, it's already well up to speed through the John Cooper S's. Turns into the hairpin. This car, an absolute prototype realistically. Doesn't share much with a Subaru BRZ in terms of the body. An incredible car. It's like it's got a grandstand rather than a rear wing on the back of it. It was in the 57s in the first practice run. Let's see what it can do this time. It is I'm guessing a 50, but we'll see what the time is. A 59.37. So a little bit off of the time in first practice. I do think it's a little bit more slippery through the final chicane at the moment. But that car, in terms of the outlaw class and in terms of the top 15 shootout, is going to take a lot of beating today. Ollie Clark on the limit in his Subaru BRZ, always a joy to watch. That concludes the second practice runs. The cars will be back out in a few moments for practice 3. So at this practice stage of the day, we see some of what the QUICK60 format entails in terms of the sprint time trial style. However, what we don't see is the elimination format. Later on, as these cars run competitively from 1:30 PM onwards, you will see them eliminated. So, for example, in the wild class, we will have a huge number of cars starting in round 1 of the competition, some 14 of them as a matter of fact, but only 8 will progress to round 2. The fastest 60%, hence QUICK60, will move up into the next round. The bottom 40% will be eliminated each round until we have just 2 left for a head-to-head final. So in the case of the wild class, it will be 8 cars in round 2, 5 in the third round, 3 in round 4, and then the 2 fastest left standing will go head-to-head in the final. But now we head back towards the clubman end of the proceedings. Here's Tom J in his Renault Clio 172. This is one of my favourite cars, I have to say, purely because, well, you know exactly what he's taken inspiration from. That is a Mark II interpretation of the Renault Clio Williams in terms of its livery. Wonderful car. Another Mark II Clio here, the 88 of Jesse Shakespeare, who thus far has been the pace setter in this class, the clubman class, otherwise known as Class F. In fact, no, sorry, Tom J was quicker than Shakespeare on the previous run, so competitive class, it's been switching, moving and shaking. Joe Bullen coming across the line in his Mini to complete his run. You can see the wipers going on the Clio, so potentially a little bit more rainfall around the circuit. That could be a great equaliser later on in the day. Bullen's time in 84.78. That's the second fastest time we've seen. Currently running second in the practice classification for the clubman class. Here comes the 88 of Jesse Shakespeare. Shakespeare, currently the third fastest across all of the practice sessions within the clubman class, comes across the line now. Will it be an improvement? It's an 84.45. Shakespeare's best time in 83.88, so not an improvement, but given it is quite clearly raining now, I suspect we're not going to see too many improvements. Michael Ashley in his Triumph 2000 comes out onto the circuit next. As you can see, a lot more of a race car in terms of its roll cage and its general kind of modifications. You can see it's a bit more modified perhaps than those Renaults, and certainly a lot more modified than Eden Young in his Toyota Starlet. Now this was supposed to be his incredible Micra K11, the 300 horsepower beast, but it was not ready, so the Toyota Starlet is out there instead. The indicator is on, but he's having a good time. Next year I'm going to enter my Kia Rio and see if I can commentate from the cockpit. Toyota MR2 heading out onto the circuit next. This is the John Birrell entered machine. A couple of MR2s running in the clubman class. Ilya Krylov also out there in an MR2. A shame that his Clio, the all Kevlar Clio, isn't out there this time around, but I'm sure we'll see that back in future. Michael Ashley in the Triumph 2000 is coming across the line now. Don't expect this to necessarily be a fast time given the slight dampness around the circuit, and indeed a 93-second time for Ashley at this stage. His best time in 88.4. What about the Starlet though? If there's anything that's not going to lose time in such vague dampness, surely it has to be this car. A 101 is the best time, 101 seconds, 1 minute 41. Let's see what the 69 does this time. Waiting for the time to register. It is a 104.25. Actually, that's his best time, because I'm wrong. His previous best was a 104.52. So 104 seconds was his best. He's still in the 104 second bracket, but a little bit faster. Eden Young getting to grips with the Starlet. A good showing from him, and John Birrell's time on that occasion was a 93.58. Again, a little bit off, but in these damp conditions, that is to be expected. David Mercer out next in his Nissan Micra K11. Speaking of Micras, I know that we have quite a lot of people here already spectating. Some of you will be here all weekend, of course, for the gathering tomorrow as well. I know that Daniel Smith's good friend Ben is turning 30 today. He's brought his K10 Micra out to play. Do love a K10. Happy 30th birthday, Ben, if you're watching trackside at the moment. That comes from everyone at QUICK60 and Retro Rides, as well as his friend Daniel Smith. So then the Austin Cooper driving with Andrew Boswell at the wheel. 2.7 seconds to 64 feet. Spry launch for the Mini. Do love these classic Coopers. We have a hearty mix of modern and old when it comes to the Minis. 53 car of Mercer in the Micra K11 will be across the line momentarily. Has now finished his run. Let's see what it will be. And Ilya Krylov also out there in his MR2. Mercer's time was a 92.95. Let's see what Ilya can do on this occasion. Looked like he was running the limits there coming out of the final corner. Krylov actually improved that time. An 86.21 for Ilya Krylov. A very solid time indeed for the Toyota MR2 driver. Well up in the Class Ds and the Class Es actually, despite being a Clubman class runner. The fastest of the Clubmans though is still Tom J in his Renault Sport Clio 172. So the Clubman class are done with another set of runs in the practice session. A 100-second time was our final beam break for Clubman. That was Andrew Boswell in the red Mini, the Austin Cooper. Here's another Mini, Carl Austin in his number 60. Of course it is entered as an Austin Mini. Why wouldn't he? As you can see, the Sportsman class definitely a step up in terms of the state of tune for some of these cars, and indeed in the performance potential. But those slippery surface flags that the marshals are displaying are going to be a hassle for the drivers. We saw there that I think the Mini almost went a bit deep into the chicane there. The Abarth 500 driven by Anthony Edmondson. We just saw briefly as well, he is running through the chicane as we speak. Nicholas Perkins underway as well in his BMW 328i. E36 shaped car, of course. BMW E36, a favoured car among builders, among tuners, drifters. Coming to a roundabout near you in some cases. But the 328i, Nicholas Perkins, always great to see. That little Abarth 500 though, Anthony Edmondson, doesn't seem to be being put off by the rain, does it? Very quick through what would normally be the finish line here at Mallory, but of course in sprint format, in QUICK60, the finish line is here just after Gerrard's Bend. You complete just over a full lap of Mallory Park on a QUICK60 run, and the 500 of Edmondson will come across the line to set a time along with Carl Austin. Austin's time was a 109 second, 1 minute 49, but that is 0.6. Weather just not in their favour enough to improve right now. Nicholas Perkins, slightly more stock car than the two cars that preceded him, but unlike previous years, this event has settled into using the FIA performance criteria, so that means that these cars are maybe more matched in their class based on their potential rather than their state of tune. Even if it is an incredibly fast car, it might not, or an incredibly tuned car, it still might not be as fast as some of the Outlaws, for example. So cars that are a little bit less modified get an opportunity to compete Even cars with a tow bar, as we can see here, the Fiat Panda of Ian Morris underway. Running towards the step chicane, you see there the emergencies going off on that car. Fraser McNeil in his Honda Civic. Races this car in Mod Sports up at Knock Hill. Based in Glasgow, Scotland is Fraser McNeil. 1993 Honda Civic. That then is an EG Civic. Also races that in Superlap, Scotland. Civic, so it's got a little bit more power under the bonnet. Here is the Panda. The Fiat Panda 100 horsepower went viral over the winter for being the safety car in a prototype Winter Series LMP3 event that I was commentating on. Well, here's a Fiat Panda and not even a 100 HP actually competing. Fraser McNeil across the line in his Civic. We'll see what kind of lap time he has put in, an 80.69. He is currently the fastest of anybody in the class, actually. So the fastest driver within Sportsman at the moment is Fraser McNeil, and even the rain isn't slowing him down. Perhaps we should expect that of a Scot, but very impressive from Fraser. 20 car out next. This is Liam O'Toole in his Mazda MX-5, followed by the rather spectacularly wheel-arched Peugeot 106 of James Partridge, the number 55 car. James, who is a regular at the Harewood Hillclimb and the local championship there. Driver is based in Sheffield and has been competing in French hatchbacks for most of his tenure as a competitor. Liam O'Toole coming to the final section of the run now through what is paradoxically both the first and the final corner of this Mallory Park sprint layout. Powers out of the final bend. O'Toole setting a time, I imagine, in the 80s. Yes, an 87.47 for the number 20. James Partridge in his 106 coming across the line now. He acknowledges that he has no sponsors, but also says hopefully one day in regard to sponsors. So again, if you like the look of this car, then do consider maybe your local business on the side of it. Next up, I believe, is Michael Rhodes in his number 12 entry, another of the Peugeot 106s. Always fun to see these 106s being driven in anger. Hear the engine singing away in the background. A well-tuned little car. One of the more, I would say, one of the closest cars to a sleeper on our entry list. It looks fairly anonymous, but it is a very powerful car that Michael Rhodes has built. Looks to me like Edmondson back at the start line. I don't think he's owed another run, but we'll see. Michael Rhodes coming past the start-finish line of the regular circuit here at Mallory but he's still got one more corner to do. As you can see, I think taking it a little bit gingerly as the conditions continue to well, grease up around the circuit. The number 12, currently third fastest across the practice sessions within this class, the sportsman category. His best time, an 82.3. This one in the 90s, a 90.51. So again, not everyone is quite there on the confidence right now. Got an above 500 waiting to go, I believe. This is Anthony Edmondson again. Hopefully see that car launch in a moment. Here comes the command from the marshal to go. So sure enough, this is another go for Anthony Edmondson. I think he got slightly tripped up by the Mini of Carl Austin on his previous run, which is why he's going again. Oh, but immediately in a spin onto the grass. Anthony Edmondson with a moment there. Has he kept going? No, he's found the wall, unfortunately, I think, Anthony there. Must admit, I hopped out of my chair to see that with my own eyes. I didn't quite see whether he saved it from the wall or not. It does actually look like it's still tracking straight and true, so I think he may have avoided the barrier, which is a small mercy. But Anthony Edmondson, third practice attempt, number 2, unfortunately ends with a heart-in-mouth moment. Next up, we have the Subaru Impreza, this driven by Archie Clark, the 15-year-old son of Ollie Clark, who this year is starting to make those inroads into circuit racing in Ginetta Juniors, but has also come out to play on a demonstration basis in the Subaru Impreza here. At the age of 15, he's actually not old enough to compete in QUICK60, but he's here to demo and here to show that the Clark dynasty will be here for at least another generation and probably many more thereafter. We'll let you watch the Subaru as and when it runs, and I will dip out of commentating on that because sometimes you just want to hear a boxer engine. Although, with the car being pushed back, I'm just wondering if maybe it's not being sent out. Perhaps we'll see whether or not it's going to run. Looks like it might be exiting stage right for the time being. Indeed, looks like Archie has been sent away for now at least. But we're going to see a lot of him across the day. I think they're just going to make sure all things are okay on the circuit, perhaps wanting to clear up any dirt kicked up there by Edmondson's bath just a few moments ago. Again, we're in the practice phase here of QUICK60. Lunch break will be in about 40 minutes time, and from there we will go into the knockout format of QUICK60. We're still very much in the practice phase right now, but then it will be time to really kick things into gear. With the elimination format, we will start off with a significant number of cars in each category. The fastest 60% of each class will go through into the next round. The remainder will be eliminated, and that will continue on until only 2 cars remain for a final run against the clock to see who wins each category. And then it will be time for a top 15 shootout. There will be a prize giving between the individual class finals and the shootout. The shootout will only run if there is time permitted at the end of the day, but we're all hoping that we get the shootout in between the top 15 cars out on the circuit. You can see a number of our spectators here at the venue heading back to their cars, which tells me the weather is getting worse. We're still expecting cars to run in the next few minutes, I believe, but the conditions certainly are worsening. And you've got to consider, of course, whether everyone's on the right tyres. A cut slick just won't do it in the conditions as they worsen. But for now, we'll take a brief pause in the commentary box as we await infos as to when the next cars will go out there. We're in the midst of the 3rd practice runs here at QUICK60, and we will hopefully see a little bit more action before the 12:30 lunch break. Thereafter, of course, at 1:30 p.m, we get into the meat of the day. I'm on the right headset now, which does a lot to help me. They look the same. So then, practice currently on pause. We are hoping to see a few more cars run before we get into the lunch break at 12:30. But what's going on is this. You saw the Edmondson-driven Abarth 500, Anthony Edmondson, have a bit of a spin, and in the process of spinning across the grass, he has unfortunately taken out the vital TSL timing equipment, which is now being hopefully hurriedly put back into position. Of course, the finish line here for the QUICK60 is coming out of Gerrard's Bend, the long sweeping first corner of Mallory Park, which on this weekend is both the first and last corner. If you are just joining us, the cars start from the pit exit. They then do a full lap of Mallory Park and do the last corner once more for good measure. Racing against the clock. We've had some very good times in free practice this morning. The only man to go sub 60, ergo under 1 minute, is Ollie Clark. He has been sensationally fast in his Subaru BRZ, the GobStopper 3, which is really one of the most eye-catching cars here at play there of Edmondson having his moment, and he just unfortunately took out a few of the wires for those timing beams in the process of that. But as these non-competitive practice runs continue, we are going to largely leave you to the engine sounds, which a lot of people like anyway, rather than commentary. The remaining runs should continue on once timing is back into position. Of course, it is wet out there as well, so we're not expecting too many improvements just yet. But stay with us because the competition itself begins at 1:30 UK time, 1:30 BST, Mallory Park local. We look forward to bringing you that action. We'll hopefully be able to get some insights from the paddock as well later on in the day. But stay with us, the conditions are set to improve, and more importantly, we'll be able to time the racing once all things are completed at the finish line. But thank you for being with us. We very much look forward to seeing the competitive element of the day, which starts from 1:30 p.m. So then, being that I'm a local boy to the south coast, and a couple of our drivers are also locals, I thought it would be good to catch up with the family Strange, starting with Thomas and his Toyota MR2. Sorry, George. It's the other way around on the entry list. That's confusing me. But George, Yes, George, the younger brother, is. So sorry. Well. So which one are you? Sorry. And you're in the Toyota. You're in the BMW, so it's the other way around. Okay. So you were last week running at Goodwood, I believe, or the car was running at Goodwood. Preparation, I suppose, QUICK60 as well as competing in your local championship. How are things going?
Going alright so far. Reasonably high in the class. It was very slippery on the last one though, so hopefully it will dry up a bit. But yeah, not too bad.
We've got a few E36s out there, famously slidey cars. The wetter it gets, the harder it's going to be for you, no?
Yeah, definitely. That last one was a lot sketchier than the last two. Yes. It was a bit all over the place, but so far, stayed off the grass.
The good news is that local sources suggest it's going to get better, not worse from here. So that's the good news. But I mean, obviously, you do stuff like this. You do QUICK60. You compete in the Brighton Hove Motor Club sprints as well. How many events a year, roughly, do you think you're doing?
About eight would you say? Yeah, 8ish. As many as we can, really. But it's only so many we can have time for and money for.
Is this the furthest north you end up coming?
Yeah, definitely so far. Yeah, we came here last year, but that's by far the furthest north we've gone.
Because you're a southerner, where does the north start?
North of the River Thames.
Okay, let's see if Big Brother agrees with that. We'll bring Thomas in for your interview. So you're in the mid-engine beast. Yeah. Different challenge, but also, I mean, I imagine going through Gerrard's, especially in the wet, is sketchy.
Yeah, it's not a lot of front end, and then all of a sudden there's not a lot of back end. It's all very hit or miss, squirmy. Try and find an exit and go. But it's fun.
And how many years have you spent doing this?
Me and my dad started 3 years ago, and then George started a couple of years ago with us. He joined because he was only 17, so I couldn't do it. So when he became 17, he joined us. So yeah, this is our second year here, and we've been competing in other sprints for 3 years. Sprints and just fun stuff like this, nothing too serious.
But I mean, it's a great opportunity to sprint events. I mean, we're here at Mallory for QUICK60. Yeah. This is kind of its own beast with the amalgamation of different competitions, effectively, people from all over the shop. But then, like I said, last week you were in Goodwood. Yep. It's quite special to be able to say that you're competing at these places.
It's brilliant because I used to go watch people race at Goodwood, Brands, Silverstone, Spa and stuff, and it's just so much fun to actually drive it yourself, Obviously, a lot of the cars here are completely different to our stuff, there's stuff way up here, but it's not about competing against them, it's just about having fun, and that's what we do. Me, George and my dad, he's not here this weekend, but normally he would be. It's all about having a good laugh.
And one last question then, if it were to get worse, the rain, which we don't think it's going to, but if it were torrential out there, would you rather have front engine balance or sprightly footed MR2ness?
I'd rather have that so I can have some fun and slide around. Whereas that, if you try to slide it, it becomes quite tense quite quickly. It's a little bit scary, but it's fun.
Some people have already found the grass this weekend, so I think it's okay.
Yes. I've come close, but not quite on the grass yet.
Great, thank you guys. The Strange Brothers looking to represent the South this weekend.
4, 3, 2.
One of the most spectacular performers here, both in terms of the metal and the man, each year at QUICK60 is Louis Edwards in the E36 drift car. Louis, tell us about what we've got here, because this is not a normal E36.
Well, it's basically it started life as a 323i, and now it's not that. It's got a LS3 based LS in it, with a few bits and bobs done, a big supercharger on top. It is basically it is a pro spec drift car, not a race car in the slightest. So it doesn't really go around corners, well, without going sideways anyway. So kind of trying my hardest to drive it without drifting, but it's kind of hard when it makes so much power and torque and it isn't set up for a track, really.
Where are you power-wise at the moment?
It's about 750-ish, and about the same in foot-pounds of torque as well. So it's pretty good.
And you say you're trying to minimise the drifting, but it's always so much fun to watch you, especially around the chicane before the Cooper S's. Every year I just look forward to seeing your runs. But it is difficult, isn't it, when you've got a car set up for drift to just try and be as smooth as possible, I suppose.
Yeah, well, obviously we're not really allowed to drift as such. So trying to keep it within a kind of reasonable amount of sliding is quite difficult, but trying my hardest, I guess. You got to add a little bit of a drift in there because it is a drift car, and that's what people like to see, really, isn't it? So.
How many years have you been driving out of the passenger window? How many years have you been drifting?
About 5 years now.
Yeah.
I started competing in 2019.
Yes.
I've gone through various championships since. So.
Well, we love having you here every year at QUICK60. Thanks for chatting to us, and more importantly, thanks for coming out again.
Of course, happy to be here.
There you go, Louis Edwards. Keep an eye on this BMW.
2.
One of the best stories, I think, for this year's QUICK60 is one that I gained from Ilya Krylov a little moment ago. Perhaps putting this man, David Mills, slightly in the drink by telling me all about his car. From what I understand, then, we have all the hallmarks of some of Ilya's work here, all carbon fibre on a budget, and I understand carbon fibre done through YouTube, through Ilya.
Yeah, so obviously raced with Ilya in Time Attack in 2022, and the ethos from sort of 2022 onwards was more lightness, more power, and fix some of the niggles and the bodges over the years. So I had a good chat with Ilya about doing some carbon forming, but when we looked at cost because of where he was in the country and everything else, he pointed me in the direction, looked at his YouTube videos. So we kind of bit the bullet and went, how hard can it be? Let's give it a go. So between myself and Chris Keane, who sort of lent a hand from the outset, was starting on the rear quarters. So we picked the hardest shape we physically possibly could to do, and it's kind of developed from there. So as it stands right now, we've got full carbon roof with all the steel skin removed. The rear quarters, again, full carbon, steel quarters cut out and removed, carbon boot, doors, and we've just finished the front bumper ahead of QUICK60 this weekend to try and get as much done as humanly possible. We've got the bonnet and the rear bumper left to do, and then we're pretty much done in terms of full carbon build, and this has been done at home in a very small garage in wet lay method through YouTube videos and the help of Ilya's videos.
That's an incredible story. Beyond the bodywork then, what are we working with under the hood? I see you've got some telltale graphics on the car. Where are we power-wise? Where are we on mods?
So kindly, as you can see by the main sponsor down the side, ECU Master came on board. At the end of the 2022 season, I was already running their ECU and Dash, and I kind of wanted to expand on it and get a bit more of a presence at shows and races and stuff. So we're now running a full suite of ECU Master goodies. So we're running their Dash, 2 PDMs, their camber system, full suite of electronics, wireless tyre pressure monitoring system, the whole works. If you want to stick your head in there, it's all on show to be seen. So the entire thing is running 100% ECU Master. So the entire wiring, a good friend of mine, Richard Everett, helped to sort of lay out the wiring, tell me what needed to go where, the thickness of gauges and things like that. The rest, again, YouTube learn. Yeah. So simple tools, YouTube learn, and I've wired the entire car. And then beyond that, we've got a dedicated fuel system from Nuke Performance and Aerotech Laboratories. So it's a full standalone fuel system. Mm-hmm. In terms of the engine, it's been running turbo power converted now for 5 years. It's recently undergone a remapping session by the actual legend Stephen Dow down at PVE in Chard. So it's now making 305 wheel horsepower. Nice. For all intents and purposes, stock bottom end, big valve head, and then all the other gubbins to go with it. So she's had a hard life for the last 5 years, but she's still going strong. And when she's playing ball and the weather gives us a bit of dry sun, hopefully we'll get a decent lap in today. And we've had a bit of fuel starvation, which we need to uncover the issues behind, but we've just topped up the fuel and hopefully send it to the moon this afternoon.
And how are you feeling looking at the rest of your class? Do you think you're up there?
Well, the first session didn't go well. We had a spin, cold tyres, so we've softened up the suspension and anti-roll bar to kind of give us a bit more planted, hopefully, for the afternoon. We're going to go out and we're just going to send it this afternoon and hope for the best and hope we don't get knocked out in the first round. But the lad I'm up against looks to have quite a tasty looking MX-5, so we'll see what it's in the hand of the gods now.
I don't know. I'm looking at the performance class that you're in. I reckon you could be up there. I think you're understating yourself.
I appreciate the sentiment, and I hope for the best. We've come here to test it. It's my first time driving the car since we've done all the work. So yeah, we'll see what it's about, and hope that all the lightness and everything else doesn't go to avail, and we have a poor performance this afternoon.
Well, let's see how we go in the 611 camp. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
live television is a fun thing. Let's try and give you a bit of a live tour of this paddock. The QUICK60 paddock is one of the best paddocks in the country in terms of variety. We've got circuit racers, we've got sprint racers, hill climbers, even some drifters, and lots of spectators here as well. Someone we've spoken to today is Louis Edwards. His car always draws a crowd. We heard him talk about it, but let's take a look at it. We won't bother him again because we've already spoken to him today. But this is the LS base motor, the LS3 base motor in Louis Edwards' Drift BMW. Started off life as a 323. It's now got more than 323 cubic inches. Wonderful car that we get to see fully sideways later on in the competitive runs. You can be sure he's going to be wringing the neck of that one. That is a very much race-prepared car. So is this, the Stevenson Nissan Pulsar GTI-R. And actually, yes, if you're so willing, sir, can we have a little bit of a chat? Always one of the more distinctive cars out there. Thank you for the colour scheme. Really helpful for commentators. Yeah, your grandkids are here as well. Excellent. Oh, they chose the colour. Was it by lottery or?
It was just because it's bright.
Media savvy.
Yes, but we've got another one that's the same colour, so yeah, we thought we'd keep it as a team colour.
Now, obviously, this isn't your average Nissan Pulsar.
No.
It's quite obviously different. Tell us about it.
It is. Well, it was a British Rallycross car, but I've converted it to being a hill climb car, which is specific rules that you have to comply to. So the whole car is built from 0 to 100, nothing much more. So this is quite fun.
Yes.
I've actually found 4th and 5th gear. I've never used that on a hill climb because you just don't get to that. So.
No.
That's what I like about coming here, and it's just a great day. But the car is still the SR20 built engine by Nissan. It's all the correct running gear, albeit it's played with a little bit. And yeah, we're just enjoying it. But I'm wearing my tyre because my tyres are ultra soft for hill climbs, and I'm kind of slightly squirty on the last bend because they're starting to go past working. But yeah, but we've just kept it as a Pulsar. But yes, I've got it looking a bit like the European hill climb kind of Bergrennen cars, and that's what I wanted to do in my vision, and I hope people like it.
I certainly like it. So British Rallycross Super Modified would it have been?
It was the Clubman class, which was the down more towards the southeast, and that's where it used to be there. But of course, then it was as high as you possibly could, and every panel was bent, and I mean bent. But through years of trying to find parts, which is not easy for Pulsars, we managed to get things done. And of course, I had to put metal panels on because that complies to my rules and regulations for hill climbs. Where the Time Attack guys, it's all plastic and Kevlar and what have you. But I built it for a particular job, wanting to keep the vehicle as was, which is great, and I love it. It's better on the hills, I have to say, but I'm all right off the start line. I think I might be one of the slightly quick guys off the line to about 60. And then everybody else seems to then come past.
Well, we'll see how you do out there later. Good luck. We're going to take a quick look with the camera around to prove the point that Mr. Stevenson just made for us. Thank you so much for chatting. You can see how much lower this is than it would have been as a rallycross car back in the day. He referenced European hill climbing. We've got a few Euro spec cars here this weekend, and this is a great example of what you end up with. These low, really stiff-sprung machines, and as he said, very, very fast off the line as well. So we look forward to seeing that one launch out of the gate. Here is the Adrian Bradley driven car. This is the BMW E46 M3. Sadly, the only Bradley family member here this weekend. We were expecting the famous Subaru Legacy, but not here, unfortunately, this weekend. But the Bradleys love this this format of QUICK60, and we'll see more of them in future years too. Toyota MR2 and Mazda MX-5. One of these bears a little bit of a secret. The number 72 car. You'll see this one sliding. Mantos Sliogeris at the wheel of it. He's a drifter par excellence, and in fact, if you can just peer through the passenger side window, if possible, I think we should just about see the drift spec handbrake next to the steering wheel on that thing. Not only is it drift spec, it's also got another one of those LS engines, so that's producing a lot of power from its Corvette-derived engine. We'll continue down the paddock. This really is the sharp end that we're walking through at the moment, the Wild class and the Outlaw class. Of course, Outlaw is where the very quickest cars, arguably in the entire country, come to play. Quickest for circuit racing. Drag racing people don't come at me. This is a car I definitely wanted to show you, though. The number 45. This is an Audi 80 Quattro, and I think our driver may be somewhere around so we can get a chat with him as well. But take a look at it for now. This is another car that has a lot of provenance and prominence in Europe. Huge power as well. Are we okay to borrow you for a chat? We're live on the air at the moment. Come out and have a chat with us, sir. So Keith Murray in this Audi Quattro. We'll swivel around both of us if we can to get the car in the back of shot. Great to have you back, firstly. And when I say have you back, I do mean that quite literally, because this is a return from a long competition absence.
Yes, it is. Last time I raced was 2018 in Germany in this car, and I just thought I'd come out of retirement for a bit of fun. Really, this event is just brilliant. It's great fun. And long may it continue. So I'm looking forward to next year already. So,
well, there we go. There's earliest confirmed entry for 2025 QUICK60 in the books. But obviously this is a very much modified car. Tell us about the car's history, your history with it. Break it down for us.
So I bought the car about 15 years ago as a standard road car, and I bought it in Germany. As I said, as a standard road car, and then I went about converting it into a race car. It's always been left-hand drive, just stripped it completely. Had the shell dipped, in an acid dip to make it lighter, get all the rust and paint off and everything, and then went about choosing a category to put it into as far as competition is concerned. I used to race it in the UK. But I got invited to go to Germany and start competing over there, because weirdly enough there's not a lot of Audis that were competing in German hill climbs over there, so that was hence the reason for going to Germany. And as you can probably imagine, the British hill climb scene is the hills are very small and they're on private roads. In Germany they just shut a piece of the main road and away you go, so it is fantastic. A lot faster, a lot longer. The enthusiasm's about the same, but the camaraderie and everything is just fantastic, and any British enthusiasts that want to go out there, it's the place to go. So,
do you have an approximate curb weight on this car?
When I first built it back in 2010, it weighed 860 kilos. But since then it's put a bit on, a bit like me.
Right.
It's different roll cage and bits and pieces that the Germans have made me do to compete, and with me in the car full of fuel, it weighs about 990 kilos now, just under a ton. So
bear in mind the bulky reputation that these kind of cars have. These vintage Audis, to be sub-ton is very impressive. What are your expectations within your class today?
Do you know what? I'm just pleased to be competing. The weather's not great today, and I haven't got any wet tyres. I've only got slicks. So, and they're slick tyres that I used in 2018 last.
Oh gosh,
so
okay.
They're slick tyres are a bit like cheese. They go off. They get dated, and you can't really use old tyres. But there we go. So I'm using old tyres, but that's an excuse rather than. But I'd like to finish well in the class, and be the quickest Audi here today, I guess. But there's not that many Audis, but we'll see. I mean, I'll just be pleased to compete and happy to get to the finish line. So, you know, fingers crossed. You never know. We might get into the top 15 and have another go.
Well, we look forward to seeing how you do in the Dialings performance car today. We'll leave you to lunch, but thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Enjoy.
We'll do our best to enjoy. Thank you very much. Keep an eye on Mr. Murray. Old tyres or not, I think there's going to be something special out of this car. The conditions are meant to improve later on. You can see, as we said, just how low slung, how purpose-built this car is. And this end of the paddock is very much about this. All of these are pure racers one way or another. In front of the cameraman, we have an Audi that shows it off in one way, and then looking to cameraman's left, we have one in quite a different state. Surge Evo 8. This is allegedly the lightest Mitsubishi Evo 8 in the country at just 1,075 kilos, and I think that was on the scale even with all of this incredible aero on it, front, backwards, even these. I mean, this is very almost 2000s Formula One, the number of aeros appendages that these cars have sprouted towards the top end of sprint and time attack competition. We're very much looking forward to seeing Mr. Bonin at the wheel of this one later. And here we have the rival for fastest Audi of the day. It sounds like the Dialinks crew are somewhat confident, but they have this Audi S1 to contend with. It's gained a new livery since last year, I must say. It's looking very handsome this year, and a lot of aero, a lot of power. Well over 500 brake coming out of this car, so keep an eye on that Audi S1. Now, I'm just trying to scope out the area for Adrian Smith. I'm not sure that Mr. Fensport himself is here at the moment. No, I don't think he is, but I did learn something new today about this car. We've had it at several QUICK60 events before, the Adrian Smith Toyota GR Yaris, and I'll show you what the new thing is. It's not new to the car by any means, but a piece of information I didn't realise. This rear wing, originally property of Martin Short, originally adorned to a Mosler MT900R GT car. So it's lived a couple of lives with a couple of different custodians over the years. Now this car next to it, the Mazda 323, is one I want to talk about. Chris, are you up for a quick chat? Because I've always enjoyed watching you around Mallory in this car.
Thank you.
A little bit of sideways coming out of the hairpin at Shaw's, which is what we like to see. Tell us about the car firstly, your history with it, and where we are performance-wise.
Well, I've owned it for near 24 years now. Present to myself years ago, and then it was normal for ages, just a Jap import, and then I did something like a quarter mile, and I thought, and then a track day, and I thought, this is quite handy now. So it's just slowly developed over the years to what it is now. So 500 horsepower, four-wheel drive. It's put a bit of weight on because I've put some bigger wheels on recently, but I think it's about 1,075 kilos at the moment. It'd be good to get some weight out, but. Yeah, I'm in the Javelin Sprint Series at the moment, and I've done some MSA events and things like that, Motorfest, Coventry. So this year's been quite a busy one, quite successful. So I'm quite happy with that, really. So, yeah.
And so what attracts you to coming along to QUICK60? Because I think it's safe to say at this point you're one of our regulars.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a nice change, because it's not part of a championship or anything. It's just a bit of a one-off. Obviously, it's a bit of a shootout, so the pressure's on a little bit. There's a good variety of cars. The track, it's quite fast, quite challenging. You've got that long right-hander, which is, you're trying to just balance between speed and grip. It's a little bit scary at times, especially coming down onto the straight. That terrifies me that bit, really, because it bounces and, But it's a good event. I mean, it does help. I've luckily had some good results here as well, so hopefully today I'll be able to keep that up. I've got a good result.
Now, you say four-wheel drive, but do you happen to know how much is going to the rear, how much is going to the front?
It's a standard Celica GT4 205 gearbox, so it's 50-50, I believe,
really?
with them. Yeah, so
wow.
yeah. but the back is quite a bit lighter, so it does tend to step out. And I put an LSD in the back as well, so that does help things out a little bit if it breaks away.
If I were a betting man, I would have gone 80-20 to the rear, but
sometimes.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. I understand as well, it's a rather stealthy black, but you're open to sticking some sponsor decals on there for the right price?
Yeah. I could do with a sponsor, really. Preferably someone with engineering that can help me get the weight out of the car. That would be really fantastic, because it'd be great to get it under a ton, because I think, with that performance, I think the handling would improve and everything would be really good, really good.
I'd be very interested to see how it would do with some weight out of it as well myself. But we look forward to seeing you at Full Tilt again in the afternoon sessions, and good luck out there.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
There you go, that's Chris Edwards and his Mazda 323. I think what we'll do is we'll head this way, and what we'll do next is we'll go pretty much next door. Next door is the Spooks 205. That is Darren Spooner. Hopefully Darren is somewhere around here. His car certainly is his incredible Peugeot 205. This thing running hundreds upon hundreds of brake horsepower, over 500 brake from a Peugeot 106 GTI motor. And, the aero speaks for itself. It's wide, it's angry, and it's very, very fast. Where's Darren? Has he run off? He went for a walk. We'll see if we bump into him on his walk then. But this car is always one to watch. This year it's in the wild class, so it'll be right up there towards the front, and that engine that you're looking at is a very special piece of equipment. We'll continue on down beyond the wild class and towards the Outlaws. Why the Outlaws? Because these are perhaps the most rule-breaking cars out there. There aren't many rule books that these cars can meet. These in particular aren't my friends, these two Subarus, if I'm being completely honest, just because they look so similar, but aren't they incredible pieces of machinery again? Just an illustration of how incredible things get when you get into the sprint and hill climb part of the motorsport industry. There, my friends, is one very large Borg Warner turbocharger. That thing is immense. It's probably about the size of my head, and it produces a lot of power to all four wheels, of course. Have we got any of the Clark family down there? I think we do. We'll move on and see if we can find anyone from Roger Clark Motorsport. In fact, I can see Ollie. Hopefully we can talk to him about this GobStopper 3, the Subaru BRZ that has been wowing us already. The only car so far to go sub 60. I'm going to see if we can get hold of Ollie, if possible, for a chat. Ollie, we're live on the air at the moment doing a bit of a walk, and it feels wrong to go past you without having a chat. It's been a good day so far. You're the only man sub 60. Look very good out there.
No, thank you. We're really pleased. Great to be back, because we came here 2 years ago, and that's the car's first run. And it gave us a chance to shake it down. But we are now moving things on the development side of things, and it's really coming into its own. Matt's doing an amazing job developing the car, and yeah, we're running it obviously here at QUICK60. We're also running it in Time Attack. Maybe just see how things go. Possibly looking at doing something abroad as well.
Yes.
So yeah, really happy.
Now, I believe the figure is 940 brake, 940 kilo, isn't it?
940 kilos. Power's nibbled up a little bit more now, because his brain doesn't stop. He's still tinkering.
Yes.
Yeah, we're running about 880 today.
Nice.
So yeah, we're behaving ourselves.
Now, I have to admit, looking down, if the cameraman has a look down under the car there, there's more Venturi tunnel than floor under there.
Yeah, literally. I think the only thing that's making it even more is probably my backside, because it has to go somewhere. But yeah, there's a massive amount of downforce on the car. It's developing 2.5 tons at 160 mile an hour. So yeah, it's the grip level is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
So it's an exciting car to drive, and it's, I guess, closest thing to death, but in a nice way. But
I mean, it's one of the fastest prototypes in the country. It just so happens to look a bit like a Subaru Impreza.
Yeah, there's a couple of Subaru bits on it. There's a badge on there. There's a couple of door hinges and a door handle. But yeah, the car's getting better and better the more we run it. It's just gone the fastest closed wheel around Alton, which was exciting.
Wow.
It's done a time attack lap record at Brands Hatch. So yeah, we're back for a bit more at Mallory, and then we're Donington next weekend. So yeah, the car just keeps getting better and better. Paul is on the mapping side of things and the engineering side with Matt, doing a great job. So yeah, really exciting.
And of course, it's not the only car at the Roger Clark Motorsport truck today, because Archie's with you. Of course, the family tradition of driving a Scoob continues. He's in the midst of his first season of racing. The tradition continues. That must mean a lot to you.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's mad crazy for it. Lives and breathes it. You know, running around the house at home, he changes gear when he's coming up and down the stairs. You can hear him. He's got anti-lag running. You know, he's absolutely mad for it. And to have him, race alongside us today. He's obviously still 15, so they're not actually. He's not in the timed runs.
No.
But as much exposure and as much experience as he can get, is definitely a good thing. He's been running in Ginetta Juniors this year, doing all the big tracks. So yeah, it's. I guess a petrolhead's dream, but no, he's doing a great job and really growing into it and evolving. So really happy.
No, it's really exciting to see Archie there in Ginetta Juniors as well, and making his way up the ladder. Has he already got ideas of having a go in GobStopper 3? Has he already told you that's happening?
We do hide the keys, and yeah, the sticker kit's on, and I think it's a sort of a natural progression. But yeah, he's still 15, so we just need to kind of rein him in. But yeah, no, if you said we're running GobStopper 1 and you're driving it, he'll be literally there in a flash. So.
Yes. Take your bets now. Will he have his first drink or his first go in GobStopper 3 first? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against it.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Ollie, awesome. And have fun out there.
Lovely. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us.
Actually, I think I see Archie there, don't I? So since we're live, we can keep going. We can have a chat to him. Archie, join us. We've had a word with Dad. I want to get your perspective on this. We've been asking about how long it's going to take you to get the keys to GobStopper 3, but in all seriousness, you're driving quite an incredible machine here today yourself in this Subaru Impreza. Tell us about your car.
It's really fun to drive. It's a new experience because I've never driven a manual before, never driven four-wheel drive, never driven this track, never driven something with this much power. So I really enjoyed it, and I learnt quite a lot out there.
Yeah. And obviously, I mean, so the Ginetta's are sequential then, isn't it?
Yeah. So you just pull the gear stick back and it'll go up, and you push it down, and it'll go down the gear. So it's a big learning curve.
And are you finding it to be a bit of a luxury to not be, 25 deep in a Ginetta field, just being able to focus on your lines and stuff?
To be honest, the biggest luxury right now is probably having air conditioning.
Excellent.
That's probably the best part.
But obviously you're there. You're with Elite. We can see that on your chest there. That's a team that does so much in racing across many different disciplines. The Clark Motorsport dynasty is one that's multifaceted. Do you have any inkling where you might be in 5 years' time if all goes to plan?
The ultimate goal's obviously Formula 1, but I'll take any opportunity I get. So
I see.
We'll see.
So we're open to single seaters as well as tin tops.
Definitely.
Excellent. Well, keep an eye on this young man and keep an eye on his old man as well. They're both going to be on form today. Oh, there you go. Well, we thank you both for coming along and supporting QUICK60. Thank you so much for coming along.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Great. We'll move on then on our paddock walk. Thank you guys, the Clark family, in full force today. I think what we'll do is we'll go to the next lane, effectively, of our paddock, because there are so many cars here. We'll try and feature as many of them as we possibly can. One thing that we don't have this year for QUICK60 is the categorizations pre and post 98, which means some of the older stuff, such as this Triumph 2000 over here, are competing up against their younger competition head-to-head, which makes it very interesting. I think this car is in the second class up, the sportsman category. But even in the sportsman category, which is essentially the 5th class of 6 out there, you can see just how race modified this Triumph really is. Always fun to watch it go up against some of the slightly newer cars out there on the circuit. And again, the variety of QUICK60. That's the big talking point for me. I think it's probably because I grew up with sports car racing. Multi-class, variety, that is everything. We'll see if we can get a few more drivers as we continue down the way. We have the Mini here, which is the number 60 car. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there aren't taillights anymore. Those are exhausts. That's Mr. Guy's handiwork there, but that's quite something, isn't it? You can see the headlight is no more and the exhaust is for sure. That is one noticeable detail. The other noticeable detail is that he can't shut the bonnet. There's too much power under there. We noticed that earlier on during the practice runs. It is chock full of power, this little Mini. Keep an eye on the number 60. We'll see. We've got one of the drivers here. Sir, what are you driving?
That Mini over there, man.
You're driving that Mini?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about your Mini?
It's not fast enough.
Not fast.
Not fast enough. Need to go faster. Must try harder. Must try harder.
How was the morning session for you in all seriousness?
Slow.
Slow?
Slow. Steady away.
Yeah?
Yeah. We'll try a bit harder after dinner.
Well, we're going to have better weather, aren't we? Is that going to work in your favour?
It will, yeah. It will.
How long have you been working on this car?
3 years.
3 years.
3 years. Yeah. 3 years. Plenty of money and all. Right.
Hopefully you win some prize money back today.
I doubt it.
So you heard that they are doing a driver's briefing, so we will bear that in mind speaking to any drivers going forward, and we've had a pretty good run around the paddock at this stage. Let's end it though with one of our more modern cars. Let's look at this Nissan R35. The R35 is, gosh, almost 20 years old now. 2007 this car came out, but it's still running as loud and proud as ever. And this is one of a couple of them that we have here. This is in a slightly calmer state of tune, and then the one we have in the Outlaw class. But again, you can see just how race prepared it is. I would love to show you the interior, but I'm not confident enough to play with people's door handles. I did say we'd finish on this, but I noticed Dimitri Shribny, and he's good for a chat. So I think we might scurry around to Dimitri since he's available. Well, at least he's there. And Dimitri Shribny is one of our favourites to chat to if he's got a couple of minutes. Dimitri, I can't avoid you, mate. We've got to come and chat to you. Come and stand with me over here. If you come this side of me, we'll get you in front of the car. Obviously, you're familiar to these ends at this point. We've seen you a lot at QUICK60. You've added a splitter. I understand you've added a splitter very recently. Tell me about that.
Well, it was literally on the ramps last night, and I arrived here at 1 a.m. today. So still making a few adjustments, and it definitely works. Mm-hmm. But now I'm locking down force in the back end. As soon as I start braking, my back end is just trying to go to the moon. So I'm being very, very careful today. Yeah. See how it finishes.
As we know from previous years, this car is meant for gymkhana, sideways spectacular driving, rather than looking for the best time possible. But this is a fun challenge, isn't it, to come and try and do something different and compete against so many different cars?
Oh yes, indeed, and I think that's the main reason I'm coming here. Is we have different setups on pretty much each car, and you can compare yourself to every other driver, and different specs of the car is also a good comparison for so you can see where you stand on as a driver and as a car. So overall, yeah.
And who I know you've got friends in this paddock. Is there anyone in particular you're really eager to beat today?
Probably myself.
Okay.
As long as I can set about the same time as I set last year, if the weather not changing, if it's going to be staying dry, then I will try to beat myself, and that's my target. I wish very good luck to everyone else. I hope everyone is going to enjoy the day, and so as I.
Excellent. Well, we love having you. We love having this car along. Impreza-hearted Subaru BRZ, and we look forward to seeing how you do. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. We'll end with Dimitri, I think, for this portion of the broadcast. We've taken a look around the paddock, seen just some of the cars that are here, but there are over 60 entries this weekend. We've got so many cars along, so much variety, and, well, frankly, we'd be here all day if we tried to show you each and every single one. But stay tuned, because we're not far away from the live action getting started. The knockouts, the eliminations, and the flat-out runs are coming very shortly. Well, I was on my way back to the commentary box when I finally caught sight of Mr. Spooks himself. Darren Spooner finally emerged by his car, and we had to have a chat with you because you're one of our regulars, and we always see this car on an improvement curve that, from what I can tell, is showing no signs of relenting. We'll talk about that in a minute, but firstly, tell me about your morning. It looked like it was all going pretty smoothly.
Yeah, really well. So we've kind of come here this time with, or this year, to kind of have a go at doing well here. The last couple of years, we've just enjoyed the event, come here as a bit of a social, brought some friends, and ran the car in. It's time attack trim really. So I've kind of made a valiant effort this year to actually set the car up for Mallory Park, for the QUICK60 event, to actually have a go at trying to do even better than we've done over previous years. So the morning's gone really, really well. The car felt amazing. We've just had a downpour, which has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works for everybody, I guess. So we didn't go out for the last practice session because it was wet. But no, otherwise the car feels absolutely fantastic, and I'm pretty happy so far for a good result this afternoon.
And obviously I got to see that you were at Donington Park. I had a little look at that on social media, shaking down some improvements to try and make it more circuit friendly, more Mallory friendly. What's been going on? What have the latest Spooks concoctions been? Okay, so we've actually dragged the front wheels forward 3 inches. So we've stretched the chassis out a bit more. So remade the front wishbones is basically how I've done that. It has put a hell of a lot of caster into the front dampers, which the car absolutely loves. And as a result of that, we've managed to take some camber off. So we took 0.5 degree of camber off the front as well, which has increased the footprint. So there's more grip. Turning is really, really good. The car feels much more stable and get on the power a little bit earlier. It's still, phenomenal on the brakes as it always has been. But with running the power that I want to run to be competitive at events like this, you need traction, you need grip, and I think we're the only two-wheel drive car in the class today. So everyone's taking 3/10 off me as it is with the four-wheel drive setups that everybody else is running. So we're just trying to get some grip and take that time, get those 3/10 back over the rest of the lap basically. So it's working really, really well. It feels lovely at the moment. Excellent. And obviously running a Donington test day is a bit like pick and mix. You've got a bit of everything. That's very much the spirit here at QUICK60. Again, you talked about some of the other cars, their advantages and disadvantages, but the fun of it at the end of the day is just how much of a melting pot it is, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's an eclectic mix of cars here, and you look at some and you think they're going to be super quick, you look at others and you're not too sure, and then the ones that don't look quick are quick and the ones that look really quick aren't, and so therefore you don't know what your competition is, and it just makes for an exciting day's racing. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's great. Well, Darren, I don't think your car's ever been a sleeper. We've always expected great things. It's come correct from the visual perspective. Thanks, we look forward to seeing you pedaling it again. Thank you very much. Cheers. Lovely. Have a great day. Thank you. So then, one last thing before we get back into the commentary box, we get ready for action. We really have to talk about all of the cars here. We haven't seen some of the drivers more towards the clubman and sportsman end. You can see them getting ready because in just a few minutes, QUICK60 will begin in earnest. But you can see here the MR2s the Clios. You've got this wonderful 60s Austin Cooper, a couple of classic minis out today in different states of tune. The K11 Micra as well. That's diminutively muscular, I would say, or deceptively muscular. That little car's got more about it than we would expect. Here's Ilya Krylov, not his Clio, but Ilya is here. We are going to run back up to the commentary box in a minute, but we'll talk to you later, Ilya. I reckon it's worth a chat. I'm loving the kind of almost anime style livery on his MR2. It looks a bit like it's come out of Auto Modelista. And then we've got this, Eden Young's replacement car, the Micra K11 300 plus brake horsepower beast. The spicy Micra is absent, and in its place has come a Toyota Starlet. We've talked about how wildly modified even the production classes are here, but if you look in the interior, he's got full 90s school bus spec seating on that car. This is nigh on standard Eden Young's Toyota Starlet, and we've very much enjoyed seeing this one out on the circuit. He's got a number, and he likes his number. 69. Nice, he says. Great characters around this paddock, and you can see all of the different messages that have been adorned, all of which are safe for viewing, I will add, for the cameraman. But you see them having a lot of fun here in the QUICK60 paddock. At every end of the paddock, at every part of the QUICK60 performance window, you'll find people having fun, having a great time, whether we're looking at the big stuff over there or down here at the lighter end of the paddock. We have great spirit, great camaraderie, and a lot of fun here at QUICK60. Looks as though we are almost ready for the action to commence here. The next batch of cars, the sportsman cars, are heading out of paddock and towards the assembly area at the moment. As you can see, the clubman class is ready and waiting. The Clio of Tom J at the front of the pack you see on screen. John Birrell in his Toyota MR2 is behind him. Ilya Krylov also in an MR2 this weekend. Sadly, his incredible carbon Renault Clio is currently on the shelf, the 430 brake horsepower beast, but he's still wearing 430 as something of a tribute. I really love the spec of that Clio there, the 56 car. Very Renault Clio Williams-esque, but a great variety and a great mix of machines in this clubman category. The classic Mini, the MR2s, the Clios, and they're all getting ready to go into action. Mark II Clio, of course. There wasn't a Clio Williams of that generation, but that's clearly what the colour scheme and the golden wheels are portending to. Great thing that we discover walking up and down this paddock is that everyone here is a proper gearhead and wants to go racing, and go racing we now do. This is the first round of action then in the clubman class. The man who will set the benchmark is Tom J in his Renault Clio 172. Heads around the first corner through Gerrard's Bend. Car sticks nicely there. Heads down to the chicane and is followed by the number 6 Toyota MR2 of John Birrell. Car, of course, quite the study in contrast from the Clio. It's rear drive, it's mid-engined. It might not be that different in terms of lap time based on what we've seen this morning. Tom J's Renault Clio 172 is running, so is Birrell, and so is this man, Andy Boswell in the Mini Cooper. He's going to have some work to do to be in the top 5 of this class. That top 5 will define who goes through. As we've alluded to, Tom J is going to be the benchmark as he runs through the final corner, which is also the first corner, paradoxically. There's the finish line. Let's see what the benchmark is from Tom J. It is going to be, I would suggest, a time in the 80s. Yes, an 83.68. Let's see if John Birrell is anywhere near that in the Pit Stop Social backed Toyota MR2. Rounds the final bend now. It's not quite looking as quick to me, but let's see what the stopwatch has to say as he's crossed the line. The time will come in. The Mini has just come past my commentary position on the main straight as well. It's a 91.05 for John Birrell. So yes, he's slower than Tom J, but is he quick enough to be in the top 5 and therefore progress to round 2? We're expecting 9 to take the start. 5 of them will go through. Andrew Boswell comes across the line in his gorgeous classic Mini. The Austin Mini Cooper across the line, and his time is a 96.95. So he is third of that batch of cars. 3 of them ran together. Unfortunately, the Mini was the slowest of them, but let's see how the others stack up. Next up is the Nissan Micra. David Mercer gets underway. It is an understated car, but you can see there's been a little bit of work done to it compared to a standard K11. Jesse Shakespeare, potentially one of the favourites, gets underway next in the 88 Renault Clio. And then comes Eden Young in the Toyota Starlet. It's always a fun car to watch. Eden is a great driver, used to a bit more power than he's got under his right foot this weekend. Near stock Toyota Starlet, I think. David Mercer, though, will be on a hot run if this car, if Eden Young can get this Toyota Starlet to anything like the top 5, I will be incredibly impressed. Mercer and Shakespeare will be ones to watch, though. Mercer already across the line to approach what will be the final bend of his run. Again, that start-finish line here at Mallory Park is not the conclusion of the run here at QUICK60. They start at pit exit and they finish their run about 1 1/3 of a lap later, coming here out of the Gerrards Bend onto the step straight. There's the finish line waiting for them. Mercer's time will come in, and we'll see what it is. A 1:32.5, a 92.5 puts him third in class, but he won't be third for long. Jesse Shakespeare comes along now. What kind of time do we get out of Jesse? It's an 84.15, 1:24.15 for Jesse Shakespeare. That puts him second in class, and that will surely get him through. I'm not so sure, though, about Eden Young in the Starlet. Oh, the body roll. Incredible stuff from Eden. He's really hustling the little Starlet around. Hopefully we'll see his wonderful Nissan Micra, the Kevlar Micra, back again before too long. But for now, Eden Young comes across the line, and it is a 1:43.62, a 1:03.62. That puts him to the rear of the class, and since that is 6th place, we do know that that will be an elimination, unfortunately. Ilya Krylov has been ruining the fact that he's being outpaced by his car at the moment. He is Mr. Renault Clio, and yet he's here in his Toyota MR2 being ever so slightly trumped by a couple of the Renaults. Ilya Krylov, a very capable driver, certainly running a less extreme car than he has here at QUICK60 in previous years. Look at Michael Ashley, committed in the Triumph 2000. as he goes sideways through Gerard's Bend. Joe Bullen also getting underway in the Mini R53. He's quick, he'll be one to watch. Launches away now from the number 90, the R53 generation Mini. All three cars running then. This is our final batch from the Clubman category. Let's see if any of these three can beat that top 5 time. Ilya Krylov will be aiming for a 96.95. That's the current 5th place spot. I suspect that he should get through this first round of eliminations in his MR2. He's looking committed. What kind of time does he put forward? The timing screen will update momentarily. An 85.31, 1 minute 25.31. That's a very good time from Ilya Krylov. Here comes Michael Ashley in the Triumph 2000. He's been committed on this run, but will he be quick enough to move through? I suspect, at least for first round, Michael Ashley will get through. Yes, an 87.64. All eyes then on Joe Bullen. Will he stay in? Will he be in the top 5? He crosses the line, and the answer to our question is yes, because he goes top. What a time from Joe Bullen. A statement of intent in Class F, in the Clubman class. He tops it from Jay, from Shakespeare, from Krylov and Ashley. Birrell, Mercer, Boswell and Young all eliminated then from the first round of Clubman, and immediately we're into the next round. Anthony Edmondson in the sportsman class is up next. Fraser McNeil, who was very impressive this morning, launches away in his K20 powered Honda Civic EG. The Scotsman pursuing the Abarth then for this run. Great to hear the K20 singing down the back straight. Revvy little car. Lee Whitmore in the E90 generation BMW 330i also joining him on the circuit. Certainly a more standard car, but of course it's got a decent little amount of power out of that 3-litre straight 6, and so he has been put into the sportsman category. Edmondson coming around the final bend now. Let's see what kind of time he puts in. The lap times for the Clubman class really don't matter here. It's all about what happens within sportsman. But let's see what Edmondson's time is. He crosses the line now, and it's a 82.27, so actually a little bit slower than Joe Bullen. Not that that matters, because they are in different classes. Fraser McNeil comes across the line. He looked very committed coming through Gerard's on that occasion. And look at that, a 78.44, 118.44 for Fraser McNeil. Lee Whitmore is next in his BMW 330i. Can he make it through the first round of eliminations? There are 6 spots available for round 2 in the sportsman class. Whitmore, I think, will be looking to try and at least get through that first round, even though he's got a lot more of a stock car underneath him than some of his competitors. An 87.22 is the ultimate time. Here comes the Panda. Will the Panda go extinct in round 1? Not if Ian Morris has anything to do with it. Ian Morris then, in his Lime Panda, takes to the circuits. The benchmark in the class now is no less than a 78-second. I don't think we're going to get that out of the Panda, if I'm being brutally honest. Nicholas Perkins is next up in his E36 BMW 328i. Another car that, thanks to its level of power, is up into that second category, despite being a lot more stock than the likes of Fraser McNeil's Civic. James Partridge underway as well in his Peugeot 106. This little car is going to be one to watch, I think, potentially in this class. started his career in Kerbera in a Renault Clio 172, is now in this very impressive Peugeot 106. Ian Morris then heading around the final corner. You can see the emergency lights blinking, the ABS saying, "What are you doing to me? I'm a Fiat Panda." Ian Morris, though, is wrangling time out of the Panda. Let's see what kind of time we get. Bringing the tow bar with him for the adventure as the Fiat crosses the line. And it is a 90-second time at 1 minute 30.05. Nicholas Perkins comes up next. Remember, top 6 will progress into round 2 in this class, Class E, otherwise known as the Sportsman class. The BMW 328i crosses the line. I suspect it'll be somewhere in the 80s. Yes, an 87.93. I would expect maybe a slightly quicker time from James Partridge based on what we've seen this morning from this little Peugeot 106. Look at the stance of the thing. It's an aggressive little car, and it's a feisty performance from James Partridge to do an 84.36. 84.36 then for Partridge. Note that the time of Anthony Edmondson has been listed as a fail, so I don't know what happened there with Anthony Edmondson, but his time has not been registered there. Meanwhile, Liam O'Toole is in his Mazda MX-5. Santos Tirado is in his Abarth 124 Spider, which of course shares a lot with the 4th generation Mazda MX-5, so in a roundabout way you could call this MX-5 on MX-5. The 124 should have the power advantage under standard specs, but I think Liam O'Toole's got a little bit extra under his foot. Michael Rhodes also springing into action in his fizzy little Peugeot 106. USB Sports driven car, prepared car I should say. And Michael Rhodes, engine from my commentary box. I can hear it bellowing down the steps straight. Liam O'Toole already heading towards the end of his run though. And what kind of time has Liam put in? Santos Tirado is just coming through the final corner now. Liam O'Toole's benchmark will be set shortly. It's a 122.96. I reckon that's good enough for a top 6 for sure. Santos Tirado is next up though, comes around the exit of Gerrard's, and that looked like a strong lap from my vantage point. A 82.12. It is a strong lap. He goes second and should be safe going into the next round. But what about Michael Rhodes? What about the Peugeot 106? We've seen this car before at QUICK60. We've seen Michael before at QUICK60. Powers out of Gerrard's, cross the line, and what kind of time does Michael Rhodes put in? It's an 81.86, and you can see the commitment both before and after the start-finish line. An 81.86, that will make Rhodes safe. The man on the cut line at the moment is Lee Whitmore in his BMW 330i. The E90 BMW is the car under threat as Carl Austin launches away. There's also the question mark regarding the Abarth of Anthony Edmondson as to whether that will go again or not. Oh, Carl Austin really wide there as he came out of Gerrard's, kicking up the dust. We had a look at this particularly muscular looking Mini. I love the fact that the exhausts have replaced the tail lights on this car. Absurd in all the best ways. Wide berth there through the Shaw's hairpin. The Devil's Elbow awaits then, and he goes through. I'm not so certain this is going to be in that 82, 81 second bracket that a lot of the lap times have been in. But can he beat Whitmore's 87.22? That's the big question. Carl Austin rounding the final corner. Some smoke there. I think some tyre rub actually on the wheel arch of the left rear. Carl Austin across the line. And it's a 89.93. That's not going to be good enough for him to get through. Lee Whitmore, therefore, is safe. And no sign of Anthony Edmondson. We're moving on to the performance class, starting with Paul Brandrick. Paul Brandrick in his NA Mazda MX-5, the original recipe MX-5. Jay Crichton underway in his Volkswagen Golf as well. This is a 1982 VW Golf. The driver from Stirling, Scotland, is having a bit of a new experience here. It's his first time around Mallory Park. He's only done some track days prior to this. So for Jay Crichton, it's certainly a new experience, having only done track days prior to this first ever competitive outing at QUICK60. Michael Wallhead in the number 48 MGB GT powers out of the Gerrards Bend. Quite a famous car this. I've seen plenty of lenses pointed at Michael Wallhead's machine. Paul Brandrick, though, putting in some good pace this morning. Let's see where he sets the benchmark for everybody then in this class. 5 will go through in the performance class, so they have to be in the top 5 to progress to round 2 of the QUICK60. And Brandrick sets the benchmark at an 85.09. Jay Crichton is next in his Volkswagen Golf in the performance class. Fully restored personally by Jay, and an 88.77 is what it yields. Michael Wallhead, the spectacular side exhaust on this car. Class D, the performance class. We're starting to see some of these more aggressive cars on our screens. And Wallhead's time is an 90.42, a 1 minute 30.42. So the benchmark is Paul Brandrick's 85.09. Here come the brothers Strange. Starting off with the BMW M3. That's George Strange at the wheel of the 58 car. These two are a familiar sight on the south coast in Brighton and Hove's Sprint Series. All these drivers, a lot of these drivers with sprint racing experience. Barry Morris is out there now in his Peugeot 306. I love this car. Very much a nod to the Peugeot 306 Maxi. And Aaron Teager heads out there in his Mazda Roadster as well. Yunos Roadster, of course, also known as the MX-5, but it's George Strange who will be the first one across the beam this time in his E36 M3. Lovely howl of that straight 6 motor reverberates past my commentary position through Gerrards Bend. Goes George Strange. 7 days ago was taking to Goodwood, today at another high-speed circuit at Mallory Park, and Strange will go. Where on the timing screens? It's just popped up at 83.78, a good time from George Strange, and here comes Barry Morris. Let's see if Morris can beat that time. I think he might be a couple of seconds behind the M3 based on his first split. An 88.01, so yes, a 128.01, a little bit down. Again, remember, top 5 go through, and there are 9 cars set to compete, so I'm not sure whether Morris has done enough there. Aaron Teager comes across the line now. The bewinged Mazda has set an 88.16. That's not a bad time at all from Aaron Teager. That puts him 4th in class for the time being. But again, 5 is the cut line. If he's 6th or lower by the end, that's the end of his competitive day's action. Jamie Biss heads out onto the circuit in a slightly more subtle Mazda, or at least it's more subtle at the rear. You can see it's got a bit more going for it at the front in terms of aero. The elder Strange, Thomas Strange senior of the two brothers, heading out onto the circuit in his Toyota MR2 Turbo. Now I can tell you this thing, it does accelerate. Watch it down the straights. David Mills launches away in his Mini Cooper. Bit of a gentle start there from the Mini. This car, as we heard from David himself on the live stream earlier on, he's basically built this car based off of Ilya Krylov's diary of how he built his Renault Clio. All of the carbon work done to this car has been learnt from Ilya and learnt from YouTube. Very impressive. The modern era of motorsport, everybody. Jamie Biss heading through the Gerrard's Bend. One wheel up in the air. And his time, I suspect, could be right up there as a benchmark in the Class D categorization. Taking a little while to come through. An 87.1 actually, not quite as fast as I was expecting, but 3rd he might be safe on that time. Let's see what Thomas Strange has put in. Is he quicker than the Mazda? He was a few hundredths up earlier on in the run. Yes, an 86.82. That's a good time from Thomas Strange. 3rd fastest, David Mills comes next. David Mills comes next. Now he was gentle off the line. How has the rest of the lap gone? He wasn't too bad at the first split, but we'll see. An 87.83. That puts him 5th fastest. Now, the performance class is completed then, because we move forward to Louis Edwards. So David Mills just got through there. He was 5th. He has managed to get through in the performance class. We'll talk about that later though, because look at this man. It's Louis Edwards, the drifting sensation, kicking off Class C in his LS3 powered BMW M3 E36. I shouldn't say M3 of course, because it was built from a 323i, but it's an incredible piece of machinery. Phil Cutler is on the go as well in his MR2. How wonderfully retro this car is. And then Eli Wint Greenland also coming out in his BMW M4 competition. A very different car, a very new machine, the F80 Spec M3. Just to recap quickly in regard to the previous class, Barry Morris, Aaron Teager, Jay Crichton and Michael Wallhead have all been eliminated. Mills, Biss, the Strangers and Paul Brandrick have gone through. Louis Edwards it is who will set the benchmark in this category. He's saying he's not trying to drift this car. It is a drift spec machine and he's doing his best to keep it straight and true, but still the tail is being kicked out and Louis Edwards crosses the line. A brilliant run to the eye, and I suspect it could be a good benchmark as well. An 80.16. Phil Cutler there did very well to hold a big slide. He'll cross the line now. Oh, that's another heart in the mouth moment for Cutler, trying to get the power down from this modified MR2. It's a 79.96. Even with all of that fighting, he does better than Louis Edwards. 5 cars will go through in this category. The M4 of Eli Wint Greenland crosses the line. An 77.72. That is a very impressive time. 1 minute 17.72. A mighty benchmark. Also, I think that's the fastest time we've seen overall so far. Yes, it is. Great run then from Eli. Richard Goodall is next in his F56 Mini, so a much newer shape Mini. And he's being pursued only at QUICK60 by a Chevrolet LS-powered Mazda MX-5. Mantos Sliogeris. He's got a drift handbrake in his car as well, should he need to use it. The incredible soundtrack of this muscular Mazda, pursued by Michael Porter in his Nissan R35. As with the previous run, there are eliminations to consider. There are eliminations to consider in all of these. 6 cars go through in the modified class. It's 6 that go through here. We have 10 cars set to enter. And it is that M4 of Eli that went through. Fastest of all so far. Richard Goodall's time, though, might be close. It's a better time still, 77.5. The benchmark is really lowering now. Mantos Sliogeris comes out of the final turn. Is he in the 70s? Porter comes across the normal finish line in his R35 as Sliogeris puts on a bit of a show for the fans down at the chicane. Sliogeris' time has come through. It's an 76.33. He's set the new benchmark in class, but what about Michael Porter? What can he do? His car, I don't think far from standard in terms of engine performance, has crossed the line. It's an 83.46, so he's on the cusp. 6 cars will go through. Porter could be in danger. Johnny Fletcher is next onto the circuit in his Vauxhall Astra. I understand that broad inspiration as well as some moulds from the Astra Coupe British Touring car were utilised in building that 2003 Vauxhall Astra. Has owned the car for 17 years. Originally it was a standard road car. I don't think it's even potentially taxable at this stage of its existence. A very, very well tuned machine from GR Performance. Coming across the line now, Johnny Fletcher. That would be the normal start-finish line, of course, but we've still got one more corner left to go before he registers a benchmark lap time. 22.1 in the first split, as you can see. 21.65 meanwhile for Darren Stevenson in his wonderful Nissan Pulsar GTIR, an ex-rallycross machine for Darren Stevenson. It's a 78.92 for Fletcher. That's a strong time, but still potentially in danger because of how quick this batch of cars appears to be. The modified class setting some really fast times here around the Mallory Park sprint layout. The Pulsar GTIR across the line, and it's 79.81. Darren Stevenson could be in danger. A 79.81 is his time. He's 5th fastest for now. Rob Wakelin is out next. The black and yellow beast, his Peugeot 205. There might be some Spooks DNA to that car by the looks of it. Adrian Bradley, the 612, heads out onto the circuit. A very different set of competitive conditions for Adrian Bradley versus what he's used to. It's a circuit racer first and foremost, Adrian Bradley. Often we have a good contingent of the Bradley family along for QUICK60. He holds the flag on his own today, and And he did well to hold that slide going through the chicane as well. Adrian Bradley on the go. Realistically, they need to be sub 80 seconds. Well, nothing realistically about it. They do have to be sub 80 seconds to even register for the next round. What can Rob Wakelin do? It looked like he was fighting to get it into gear at one point early in the run. This is our Class C, otherwise known as Modified Class, first round. Rob Wakelin across the line, an 84.53. That's an elimination. He is out. What about Adrian Bradley? What's his time? It's committed through the final corner. 20.83 at the first split is very strong. And 76.42, 1 minute 16.42 is very strong at the finish line. And he will go through. Now, only 9 cars actually took that run. So I wonder whether or not it will be 5 or 6 that go through. I'm not too sure. What I can tell you is that certainly the likes of Sliogeris, Bradley, Goodall and Eli Wint will all go through. We now move on to Class B. This is the most populated category of all. This is the wild class. There are no fewer than 8 spots up for grabs in round 2. However, we do have 14 cars in the first round competing for it. Chris Greville is out there in his Turner Mark II Mod Sport, a car with decade upon decade of racing history. Robert Osborne in his BMW M2 competition is out there, as is Neil Shaw in the Audi S1. Small hatchback, big power in the case of this car. We're speaking to Keith Murray earlier on in the broadcast, his Audi 80 Quattro. He wants to be the fastest Audi today, but Neil Shaw in the Audi S1, also within the wild class, is going to have something to say about that. Our fastest time of this run so far across all classes has been a 76.3. I suspect that won't stand for long because we are now into the more muscular end of the QUICK60 entry list. This is Class B. This is the wild class. And here comes Chris Greville across the line. He will set the benchmark for the class. It's a 94.49. I don't think that's going to cut it. Robert Osborne with a 77.34. That's a lot more like it. Neil Shaw will be the third car of the batch. He will possibly set the benchmark for those to come. He's certainly looking fast. He's across the line, and the time is a 75.0. That's the fastest we've seen so far this afternoon, and that will almost certainly be enough to get him through into the top 8 for the second round of the wild class. Richard Wright, he was one of the pace setters this morning, albeit in conditions that were a little bit slippery and therefore a little bit suited to a Subaru Impreza. This car, an ex-CTCRC Thunder Saloon racer. All right, also from the stable, coming out to play as well. Both running within Class B. Neil Shaw with the benchmark for them, a 75.02. Darren Spooner in his Peugeot 205 joins the fray as well. That's that batch of 3 out onto the circuit then. Spooner set to be a favourite here today. Look at the speed already being carried through Gerrard's Bend. Richard Wright is on the tail end of his run as we follow him out of Gerrard's and across the line. I suspect this one could be a new benchmark. It's looking quick, it's looking committed, it's looking like a 72.15, 72.15, 1 minute 12.1 is the new benchmark then for Class B. That's going to make Neil Shaw sit up and pay attention. Paul Wright comes across the line now, not expecting this car to be as quick though as Darren Spooner, who comes through behind him. We'll see both cars across the line. Paul Wright crosses, and his time will come through as an 83.6. Darren Spooner, though, is on the move, and his time looked committed, certainly. A 72.45 for Darren Spooner. So he goes second in class behind Richard Wright for the time being. How spooky is this? We spoke to him just before we came live here in the commentary box. He said, I'm losing 3/10 to the four-wheel drive guys off the line. He is exactly 3/10 off of Richard Wright in the number 22 Subaru Impreza. I remind you, 8 cars are set to go through in this session. We've only had 6 runs so far, but we're expecting the likes of Chris Greville to perhaps not progress. Paul Wright could be in the danger zone as well. Dimitri Shribny is out on the circuit. We saw his BRZ out there just a moment ago. Graham Martin is underway, as is Clive Fulcher in his Subaru Impreza R8. Shribny approaching the final corner now then, or the final corner of our lap, which is also the first corner. Clive Fulcher on his run, a good first sector, but he's actually behind both Shribny and Martin at the first split. Let's see what Dimitri Shribny can do. Time will be in the 70s. It's a 75.3. Again, top 8 go through here, and he's running 4th in class right now, so he should be safe to go through into the next round. Clive Fulcher comes across the line. Will he beat the world famous, frankly, Jim Carter spec Subaru? He does not quite. A 75.40. Graham Martin goes 5th fastest. That could be the danger zone depending on what this man Clive Fulcher has done. Comes across the line. He was off at the first split. A 75.64 puts him behind Martin, puts him 6th. And, well, let's see how the others perform. 8 will go through from this 14-car lineup. So then, the S2000 is up next. This is going to be another sideways run. Ramuna Sepulis in his Honda S2000. This car has a following all of its own. This car is rather renowned for being a spectacular watch. And it's underway with a kick of oversteer, and I'm sure there's a lot more of that to come as Sepulis heads through the first corner, this time looking a bit more planted, but still a little bit sideways through the turn, heads down towards the chicane. Let's see, is he taking it flat or is he taking it sideways? Mostly flat, I must say. Sepulis keeping his ducks in a row, trying for smooth to go fast on this occasion. Sergio Bonin in his immensely aeroed Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 8. A lot of downforce being required on that car from Sergio, and here comes Keith Murray, his first competitive outing since 2018 in his Audi 80 Quattro, which somehow weighs less than a ton. These big bulky Audis are known for being hefty machines, but he's got it on quite a diet, under a ton of race car. And he's in the 19s at the first split. That is a really, really good first sector from Keith Murray. Meanwhile, Sepulis in the Honda S2000 across the line, 73.43. That puts him 3rd fastest. I think that's more than safe enough for him to move through into round 2. Sergio Bonin comes up next. He's looking a bit more sedate through the middle of Gerard's, I would say, but has the power, has the downforce, comes across the line. It's going to be in the 70s. It's a 76.28. He's very much in the danger zone. Sergio Bonin might be out at the first hurdle. Keith Murray, in his return to competitive action, was quickest through the first split. Split numero dos. Across the line, a 74.18. 4th position. That will be enough to get him through. Adrian Smith in the Toyota GR Yaris comes across the first split then on his run. This car, well-known machine. He's been working hard to get it straight in this 2024 season. Love the fact that he's got a borrowed wing from his neighbour Martin Short off the back of a Mosler MT900 on that car. Chris Edwards in his Mazda 323 GTX, also bewinged, of course. They're all bewinged at this stage, and a lot of them are four-wheel drive as well. Adrian Smith, of course, the GR Yaris is four-wheel drive. Chris Edwards is four-wheel drive, although the light rear end certainly makes it fun out of corners like this one. A little bit sedate, actually, that time from Chris. Here comes Adrian Smith. Look at him, down in the 19s at the first split. That is a very good sign for where this time is going to be. Crossing the line now, and it's a 72.8. That's third fastest for Adrian Smith. That will almost certainly get him through into the next stage. Chris Edwards in the Mazda 323 comes across the line. And that's sixth fastest. The 323 GTX crosses the line at 74.35. Sixth is enough to get through. But will he stay through? That's going to be the big question, because now we move on. And yes, actually, with that being the completion of the wild class, Edwards should be safe. Unfortunately, I think Graham, Martin, Fulcher, Bonin, Osborne, Wright, Greville will be among those who don't get to continue on into the next round. We are, though, into the Outlaws. These are the big cars. You've seen Jack Malpass out there in his Nissan GTR. Richard White launches his Subaru Impreza, the number 14 car. There's only 4 in the Outlaw class, so they're not actually going to do eliminations this time around. All 4 of these cars will compete in the next round, round number 2. So there is no elimination to be had here, but this is a raw display of speed and power from our fastest cars here at QUICK60. Jack Malpass winds the power back up in his mighty Nissan R35 GTR. Richard White will follow suit in his Impreza. Malpass, though, will set the benchmark. It's a 71.40. That's the quickest time we've seen so far in this session from any of our classes. Richard Wright is coming next. An 18.2 in the first split is incredibly fast. I'm expecting this to go sub 70. It does. A 69.14, 1 minute 9.14. Just 2 more cars to launch off. The first of them, Andy Hughes. The 4-wheel drive traction of Andy Hughes's Subaru WRC 2-door. Again, big aero, big power. And Ollie Clark will be launching off in his Subaru BRZ. He's gone sub 60 today already. This run is going to be edge of the seat from Ollie Clark. We've got a long way to go before we crown an Outlaw champion in this year's QUICK60. This is the first round of 4. There are no eliminations here, but Ollie Clark, well, he's a Clark. He's going to push on. Look at the speed. Look at how planted the Subaru BRZ is as he approaches the hairpin. Andy Hughes approaching Gerrard's for his second and final run through the corner. Breaks the beam, and his time will be strong, but I suspect Ollie Clark's is going to be that much stronger. It's a 72.8 from Hughes. Will Ollie Clark go sub 60 again? Yes, a 57.99. We break the minute barrier, and we rather prove that this man is going to be hard to beat today. Ollie Clark on a roll in the incredible Subaru BRZ 940 brake horsepower, 880 kilos. That car is something special. GobStopper 3 has stopped the presses. No eliminations then in that class. But let's talk about the Clubman class, because in Clubman, the following drivers have been eliminated. Eden Young will be taking no further part, unfortunately. Andrew Boswell will be out of the proceedings. David Mercer will be out, and so will Josh Birrell. Michael Ashley in the Triumph, Ilya Krylov, Jesse Shakespeare, Tom J and Joe Bullen all move through, and you can see them getting ready to go again. The Sportsman class, Fraser McNeil, Michael Rhodes, Santos Tilado, Liam O'Toole, James Partridge and Lee Whitmore are all through. Nicholas Perkins, Ian Morris, Carl Austin and Anthony Edmondson, unfortunately, all eliminated. The performance class, George Strange is through, Paul Brandrick is through, Thomas Strange, Jamie Biss and David Mills are all through. Barry Morris, Aaron Teager, Jay Crichton and Michael Warhead, unfortunately, are all done for the day. Class C, the modified class. Mantas Sliogeris, Adrian Bradley, Richard Goodall, Eli Wint Greenland, Johnny Fletcher and Darren Stevenson are all through. Stevenson got through by the skin of his teeth in 6th position in his mighty Nissan Pulsar GTIR. Got to hear from him about that car's Rallycross origins over the lunch break. As you may have seen on the live stream, it's a very different machine now. And then, as we know, in the Outlaw class, there are no eliminations for the first round. As I alluded to during the broadcast, they are all safe for the first round. No eliminations there. However, in the wild class, we are expecting 8 cars to progress through. And if that is the case, that would mean that Richard Wright, Dimitri Shribny, Ramunas Sepulis, Sergio Bonin, Neil Shaw, Chris Greville, Chris Edwards and Adrian Smith will all progress. Smith only getting in through the skin of his teeth, though. Robert Osborne, Graham Martin, Keith Murray, Paul Wright, Clive Fulcher would all be eliminated, although Darren Spooner's time is out of sequence down towards the back of this. In fact, the entire board is out of sequence. So my apologies, that's not correct. The first runs that we saw will of course determine who gets through into round 2. Darren Spooner was right up there, so he'll be fine. Richard Wright will also be through, as will Ramuna Sepulis, of course. We saw him going very quickly indeed. Adrian Smith in the 72 bracket as well. The first run times have disappeared from my screen, so I can't quite tell you who has actually progressed in wild, but we will find out very shortly. As you can see, the first class, the Clubman's category, are heading into proceedings again. We'll soon have those cars queued up. I think earning a lot of favour today will be Tom J in the 56, because he is there very quickly, very briskly. An eager beaver if ever there were one. He's ready to go.
Considering it's not even been set up yet, I'm cruising at the motorway, doing 90 at one point, that's incredible. Yeah.
So I'll wait for confirmation as to who is through and who is not in the wild class, but the likes of Adrian Smith, Darren Spooner, Richard Wright, who are all up there in the 72s, they are well safe. And in fact, among some of the fastest cars we saw across all classes, the wild class, otherwise known as Class B. There's Ilya Krylov's Toyota MR2. Do love the, again, the kind of Auto Modelista look on that car. It was a cel-shaded racing game, quite an unusual thing, a kind of animation style you don't often see in racing. Made it almost look like a Initial D anime video game. Very strange little PS2 era novelty. A well-loved one at that. There's the 88 car of Jesse Shakespeare. There's Ilya. Hello, mate. He's doing his next run, of course, among the Clios. He'd normally be in one, but for now, he has pressed his MR2 into service. Seems to be having a lot of fun with it, though. And it's always good to see him here at QUICK60. One of the lifebloods of this paddock, I would say. So our first runs have been completed, and our first batches of cars have been eliminated. I now have confirmation before run 2 begins. I have confirmation of the first runs in the wild class. So the cars that came through, Richard Wright, we knew he was going to get through. Darren Spooner, Adrian Smith. Ramunas Sepulis is also going to progress into run 2 within the wild class, Class B. Keith Murray, 5th fastest. Chris Edwards, 6th fastest in his Mazda 323 GTX, so he'll be just behind Keith Murray. Neil Shaw and Dmitry Shribny, 8 cars progressing through as we anticipated, and that means that Dmitry only got through by the skin of his teeth. Now, why is that a big deal, you may ask? Well, because Dmitry was the fastest man at last year's, or one of the fastest men at last year's QUICK60. He won the Outlaw class in last year's QUICK60. And, well, this year, with the level of competition, he's only just made it through run 1, Dmitry Shribny. He said he wanted to outdo last year's performance. He's going to have some work to do to be in the final, I suspect. We're underway in Clubman for run number 2. So then cars are running again. Run 2, Tom J, Ilya Krylov and Jesse Shakespeare. A very fast trio to kick off run number 2. 5 cars set to compete this time around, and only 3 will progress to the 3rd round, effectively the semi-final. Here comes Tom J. He crosses the line and he will set the benchmark in this second run. It's an 83.65. That is the quickest run we've seen from him this afternoon. He was a little bit quicker in practice earlier on. Ilya Krylov powers out of the final corner now. His lap time is an 84.78. That could be dangerous with only 3 cars going through. Jesse Shakespeare comes through. He was a little bit down on the MR2, and that is not helpful, getting crossed up before the line. An 84.11 for Jesse Shakespeare. Joe Bullen shows up next. So Ilya Krylov is the man in the danger zone. There's only 3 to progress this time around. Joe Bullen is up next in the R53 Mini. Michael Ashley, arguably the outsider here. He's not in a car from this century. He's the only 20th century car out there on the circuit. It's a brilliant car to watch. He's fully committed and fully sideways at the wheel, but it's going to be a big ask to beat drivers the quality of Krylov, Shakespeare, and indeed Tom J over the course of the lap. Losing it a little bit there under braking. It's going to be hard going for the Triumph 2000. Wonderful to watch though. Classic touring cars, can't beat them. Joe Bullen comes past my commentary position. He's already on the main straight. Frankly, he's going to be the danger man here for Krylov, who is 3rd at the moment. Krylov is on the cusp. Will he get through to round 3, the semi-final? We find out now. Joe Bullen in the 90, powering out of the last corner. Will Bullen get through? We look now at the splits. The splits look strong. What about the final time? It is an 81.68. Bullen knocks out Ilya Krylov and goes top, but top by almost 2 seconds with a 121.68. That is a stamp of authority. And unless Michael Ashley has pulled out something special, it's going to be Bullen, Jay, and Shakespeare. Or is it? Because he comes across the line, and it is, unfortunately, an 87.34. So Michael Ashley will go no further, and so he ends his day with a slide. Straight into the next round then. We move on to the sportsman category. Liam O'Toole is on the go in his Mazda MX-5. Lightly fettled, I would say. A little bit of extra power, a little bit of extra juice in Liam O'Toole's machine. Lee Whitmore, who only just got through the previous round within this class, Class E, or the sportsman class, he's going to be wary that he needs to do a bit better this time around. He needs to find pace. He needs to find a little bit more. Fraser McNeil, he was the danger man in the earlier run. He was quicker, I think, than most of the class above even, Fraser McNeil, in the K20 swapped EG Honda Civic. Wonderful looking machine, very purposeful car. Liam O'Toole is turning into the final corner as Fraser McNeil turns it through the chicane and through the John Cooper S's, uphill now towards Shaw's hairpin. Liam O'Toole will set the benchmark then for the sportsman class. 3 will go through here as well. The benchmark from O'Toole is an 82.1. Can Lee Whitmore better that? You wouldn't bet against him. He's got that straight line speed. That's useful here at Mallory. The 330i BMW. He was, however, down at the first split, so let's see what the time is He's got an 82.17 to beat to go top. And it's an 86.82 from Lee Whitmore. That might not be enough. Fraser McNeil crosses the line. He was the pace setter last time. He's the pace setter this time. A 77.92 from Fraser McNeil. That's his quickest time of the day so far. I must give a doff of the cap to Lee Whitmore as well. He found a good 0.4 of a second in that second run, but it was not enough. Santos Tirado is out next in the above 124 Spider. And Michael Rhodes launches away in the Peugeot 106. These two then looking to try and get through. Only 3 will progress from the sportsman class. We're expecting 6 to run. We're yet to see James Partridge out in his 106. That's who we've missed so far. Tirado and Rhodes, though, are still out there and looking to try and get into that top 3 and progress into our third round. Tirado across the line. Santos goes second, a 1:21.81.1. Michael Rhodes was 0.3 down at the first sector split. Let's see what his final time is. Comes across the line now. And it's an 81.58. He goes third. He knocks O'Toole off his stool to go third fastest. Now, where is James Partridge? We were expecting him to compete. There he is. James Partridge is there. He's ready to go. And now, for Michael Rhodes, he's going to watch from the edge of his seat. His fellow Peugeot 106 is the car that could knock him out of round number 3. He's just realised that his belts aren't tight enough. That means he intends to throw it at the corners. Here we go then. The final run for the sportsman class is coming up shortly. Just to confirm, clubman class Joe Bullen, Tom J and Jesse Shakespeare will go through into the third set of runs, the semi-final. 3 will become 2 in their next appearance. We're yet to determine who the 3 will be in the sportsman class. For McNeil and Tirado, they are safe. But what about Michael Rhodes? It's going to be down to the performance of this man, James Partridge, who will be looking to try and get in to the final 3. His previous time would not have been enough to get through, but can he find a little bit more in this final run? Partridge was 5th fastest behind Liam O'Toole in the first set of runs. He's clearly pushing, using all the track and a little bit more. coming out of the chicane. Now heading up to the hairpin. Will power out of there with intent. Nice line out of there. Didn't use too much of the outside. Devil's Elbow is next. And he flies towards Gerard's Bend down the main straight. I'm not sure that this time is going to be enough. A 23.1 at the first split is down on the last 3 cars that ran. And those last 3 cars are the ones he needs to be up there with in terms of time. Partridge crosses the line. Can he unseat Rhodes and get into the semi-final? No. A 1 minute 22.61 puts him 5th fastest. An impressive time from Partridge, but he will not make the 3 that go through into the 3rd round. Next up, we move into another class. We move into the performance category, and we begin with George Strange. 5 cars expected to start here. George Strange will be looking to make the top 3. I wonder if he's hoping his brother makes it through, whether he wants that 3rd round all to himself. Paul Brandrick is out behind him. The M3 followed by the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. So again, we've taken another step forward here in performance into Class D, otherwise known as the performance class. Still firmly, for the most part, cars that could be on the road. You see some of them still adorned with number plates, with registrations. There's the the elder Strange, Thomas Strange, at the wheel of his MR2 Turbo. George Strange was a second faster, though, than Thomas through the first split. That MR2 is going to need to pull out some magic towards the end of this lap. There's the E36 M3 doing what it does best, hustling on the limit on the apex of a corner. Across the line comes George Strange to set the benchmark for the performance class, and that benchmark is an 82.63, 1 minute 22.63. That is going to be tricky, to say the least. I'm not sure he's done enough there to stay in, but we'll see what Brandrick and Strange offer up in response. An 84.5, and Brandrick overshoots the corner after that as well. Thomas Strange, though, is just coming across the line in the 57. Has Strange found the time he lost in the first split? It is an 87.25. He is firmly in the danger zone then. Next up to join the circuit, Jamie Biss in another MX-5, a Unos Roadster. Away he goes, and his target is an 87.25. He'll be looking to try and solidify his presence in the next round of eliminations, and to do that he'll need to beat the time of Paul Brandrick as well. Here comes David Mills in the 611. His Mini Cooper. He says he's running 305 wheel horsepower through this car. Carbon fibre, tuned to the gills. Let's see if it's enough to get him through into round 3. The time to beat is an 87.25. However, in an ideal world, they'd want to beat Brandrick as well. Brandrick's time, though, has been deleted. Brandrick's time has been deleted. Jamie Biss presses on through the long sweeping Gerard's Bend. Oh, full commitment through that corner. Surely that's a good time for Jamie Biss. He was pressing on. It's an 84.81. That's second fastest with Brandrick listed as a failed time. It's still strange to beat for David Mills. Mills across the line, what's his time going to be? It's going to be in the 80s somewhere, but is it quicker than an 87.25? Yes, it is. It's an 83.96. 1 minute 23.96. And with Paul Brandrick's time cancelled, failed on his time. I think that's because he overshot the following corner. I think they have to prove that they're actually going to make the next turn. One way or the other, Paul Brandrick's time was discounted. And your top three there go through. Strange is through. Mills is through. Jamie Biss is through. And we now focus on Class C. This is the modified class. Adrian Bradley's already launched, as we saw. Darren Stevenson in his Pulsar GTIR will be looking to get through into the next round, as will this man, Johnny Fletcher, in the Vauxhall Astra. There are 4 set to go through into the third round here, according to my information. Just have to be in the top 4 within their class to go through. Adrian Bradley will make the initial benchmark for the class. For Darren Stevenson, he only just got through last time. He was 6th fastest of the 6 that went through. So he's going to have some work, that much is for certain. He is quicker than Johnny Fletcher through the first sector split. Adrian Bradley lays down the gauntlet. It's a 76.18 from Adrian Bradley. That is a very strong time. That's the fastest run we've seen within the second run so far. Darren Stevenson across the line. Can he get under 80? An 82.04, not quite under that 80-second barrier, but will he be quicker than this man, Johnny Fletcher? Fletcher dropped over a second through the first split. His time at the line is a 79.3. He made up for a poor getaway in some fashion. Johnny Fletcher may have just done enough to get through into round 3, where 4 cars will progress. We've got 6 taking the start here in the modified class. 4 of them will go through to our semi-final, round number 3. Mantas Sliogeris in his insane Chevy-powered Mazda is up next. And I'm going to fall silent so you can hear it launch away. Looks like we're just waiting on something down there, but the 72 car will be underway shortly. There it goes, the V8 powered Mazda of Mantas Sliogeris is underway. Quite unlike anything else out there, the Lithuanian racer, 6-litre Corvette V8 engine, 450 brake horsepower at his disposal. Eli went Greenland, he went very well earlier on. I was firmly impressed with Eli's pace. Let's see if he can replicate that here. Richard Goodall launches away in his F56 Mini. Who's going to be getting eliminated here? Only 4 can go through, 2 will be dropped. Is Darren Stevenson going to be safe? He's going to be watching on here through his hands to see whether his 82-second time will stand him into round number 3. Sliogeris will be the first one through in this second batch of cars in modified. A little bit sideways, and he's crossed the line. For what? What kind of time have we got from Mantos Sliogeris? It's a 75.3. That's a mighty time. Eli Wint Greenland is next in his M4 competition. It's a good looking time. It's a good looking first split, and it's a 77.1. That is safe. That means that Stevenson has been eliminated. Richard Goodall, will he be through into the top 4? He has to beat the time of Fletcher to progress into round 3. Bit of a lock-up there. A 76.51 puts him third fastest. That eliminates Johnny Fletcher in the Vauxhall Astra. The drivers that go through, Mantas Sliogeris, the fastest of them all in Class C. He goes through, so does Adrian Bradley. Richard Goodall and Eli Wint Greenland will join them in the final. In the semi-final. Round 3, we're a bit ahead of ourselves. Round 3 is up next. We're already halfway through the second runs here at QUICK60. It's 4 runs for most classes. For this class, though, coming up next, the wild class, they are, in fact, having to do 5 rounds to whittle it down to the final 2. So we have 8 cars set to begin this second run. 5 will progress into round 3, and they will have a round 4 before the head-to-head final. So 5 runs total for these cars, and you can expect that a lot of these will also make it through to the top 15 shootout towards the end of the day. Top 15 shootout is something we are expecting, time permitting, of course. Away goes the Subaru. Richard Wright is off and underway. He will set the benchmark for the wild class. Incredible car. Has been uprated and improved since its days on the British saloon car scene. Spoken to Richard before. Loves his machine, and look at this, the Audi 80 Quattro, the Dialinks prepared car. Keith Murray is back in racing, or back in competition for the first time in 6 years, and he hasn't missed a step, nor has his Audi 80 Quattro. He was telling me earlier on that the slicks on this car are from his last time out in it, all the way back in 2018. So he might be at a slight grip deficit, but certainly not lacking for performance earlier on, nor is this man, Dmitry Shribny. Won his class last year at QUICK60. We're expecting him to be right at the sharp end again this time. However, he's going to need to find some more time because he only just progressed into this second round. Not a bad run through the chicane as Richard Wright in the background goes to set the benchmark, a 71.32. Keith Murray is coming down the main straight. Look at that, committed under braking. The Dialinks car really hasn't lost a step, and I don't think its driver has either. Keith Murray crossing the line now. Very good run from the Audi 80 Quattro. Spectacular car. And a 75.06 puts him second fastest. 5 will go through. Let's see if his time is good enough. Dmitry Shribny, he was in the 70s a year ago, well into the 70s a year ago. Oh, he just about gets it stopped. What kind of time? It's a 74.78, a 1 minute 14.78. That is much better from Dmitry Shribny. That puts him second fastest in class for the time being. But here comes our next car. Chris Edwards in his Mazda 323 GTX. Ramounas Sepulis is underway in the mighty S2000. Love the J Racing body kit on this car. Love that the commitment is there for Sepulis. Such a quick driver. Adrian Smith for Fensport follows him out there. Can the Yaris progress through? Chris Edwards heads up towards the final corner. He set a 19.8 in the first split. Sepulis a 19.5. Adrian Smith an 18.9, helped by the launch of that Toyota GR Yaris, no doubt. Let's see what Edwards can do then. He crosses the line. 71 is the target. His time is a 73.6. A 73.6. Ramounas Sepulis fully sideways, fully committed through the final corner, out of Gerrard's and into the 72s. A 72.75 is time, and unfortunately Adrian Smith is slowing. Adrian Smith is slowing. The Toyota GR Yaris has not made it to the end. He's being waved off the circuit, unfortunately. He's had a rough year when it comes to engine issues this season. Most unusual to see this many failures for Smith, but he has had some issues this season. And let's just hope he hasn't laid down any oil or anything. That's what the marshals are checking. So, as we've alluded to, 5 cars are going to progress from this batch of runs. We'll take the chance to tell you, while we have this pause, that confirmation that the 3 who've made it through in the performance class, that's Class D, are George Strange, David Mills and Jamie Biss. That's BMW versus Mini versus Mazda in that category. And through into Class C, Sliogeris, Adrian Bradley and Richard Goodall. So they've whittled down to 3 cars there for what will effectively be their semi-final. 1 car will get dropped from each of those classes. So we have our one-on-one finale. For these guys, the wild class, as numerous as they are, Darren Spooner, who's been very confident. We spoke to him earlier on. He's made changes to the car. It's kind of more drilled towards running somewhere like Mallory Park now than it ever has been previously. If you were watching the live stream during the lunch break, we heard from him, showed us the ropes of the car. Loving this Renovo livery on the Audi S1 as well. Neil Shaw with a very well turned out car. Neil Shaw with a need to get some fresh air, I think. He's feeling a bit warm. While the marshals check to see if any oil was laid down by the GR Yaris. I can see some more marshals up at the Devil's Elbow doing the same as the gentleman on the main straight, and you can see they're also checking up at the Gerrard's Bend. Of course, the last thing you want to do is send someone out on cold tyres, slick tyres no less, and then find out that there's a patch of oil somewhere. So they're making doubly sure. And actually, down at Devil's Elbow, they are laying cement dust. So it seems that that is where the Smith Yaris met its demise. Oil soak related work has been done. Transmission fluid from the GR Yaris now being soaked up. And I suspect it will not be too long at all before we go back into the action. It's that Peugeot 205 of Darren Spooner, one of the most extreme looking cars. It's not really comparable to any other racing 205. You can think of the Group B T16s, but of course those were a completely different beast, starting with the fact that they were mid-engined. Had a lot of Group B fever over the years here at the QUICK60 and indeed at the Retro Rides gathering, be it Audi Quattros, be it Metro 6R4s. We had an ex-Colin McRae owned road-going Metro 6R4 with us last year at the QUICK60 event. I believe that GR Yaris coming out onto the circuit is going to do a check to make sure that the oil soak, the cement dust has gone down everywhere that it needs to. And once that gives us the green light, we should be clear to once again launch into the timed action here at QUICK60 2024. Of course, in 2022, we had the GobStopper 3 running with us here at Mallory Park. In 2023, the car did not run. The fastest time we saw that day was from Simon Bainbridge, and it was a 67.29. Consider the fact that we've seen a 57 from Ollie Clark today, and that really starts to tell you just how impressive GobStopper 3 really is. Knocking on the door of 1,000 brake horsepower per tonne. Huge levels of downforce, as we showed you during the lunch break on the broadcast. The thing is more Venturi tunnel than car to an extent. The floor, the underbody of the car is just as complex as anything under the bonnet, anything that we can see on the shiny side. Roger Clark Motorsport, of course, with so much engineering expertise. And it's been quite the treat to see both of the Clarks out today. Not only Ollie, but also his young son, Archie Clark, who is racing in the juniors. And heard from him earlier on, he said the ultimate goal for me is Formula One. So he's open to competing in single-seaters as well. I think that's a step that young Archie is considering. We've seen him out today in a Subaru Impreza. And at just 15 years old, he's not able to actually compete in QUICK60 this year. But he has been doing some demo runs in the Subaru. I very much enjoyed his quip on the in our interview over the lunch break. He said, well, I've never driven a manual before, so that's one thing, because of course the Ginetta G40 that he's been racing in juniors is a sequential gearbox. But he said his main creature comfort that he's liking is his air conditioning, which, of course, the Ginetta G40 is lightweight and as fairly bare bones as it is. None of that. It's a pure race car, albeit one slightly detuned for junior competition. But Archie will be keen to continue flying the Clark flag for himself, for his dad, and indeed for the great Roger Clark. Of course, Roger now Darren Spooner has just tried to launch, but did he break the timing beam there with what looked almost like a bit of a false start? We're back running at speed. The QUICK60 wild round 2 continues. But I have questions about that first sector. Darren Spooner at 25.2 in the first sector, so he didn't get off the line at all well there. I wasn't sure whether he'd simply been asked to move the car forward or something like that, but no. After all of that waiting, Darren Spooner has had a problem. Chris Greville and Neil Shaw are both underway as well, but for Darren Spooner, he's got to pull something out of the bag here. Only 5 are getting through. There is Neil Shaw. Darren Spooner will come through the shot next. What time is it? 25.2 is a very poor first sector. And a 79.5 is the lap time. Will he stay in? Will he be out? The top 5 go through. I don't know that he's done enough there. Darren Spooner with an error on the line. Chris Greville and Neil Shaw are still running out there. Greville, I'm suspecting, is not quite going to go quick enough. 25.66 in the first sector, and indeed Neil Shaw is closing in on the Turner Mark II Mod Sport. Shaw across the line. What time does he put in? What time does Greville put in? Greville a 95.95, so he will not make it out of this shootout, and Neil Shaw only an 81.45. So Shaw didn't have a good run either. Spooner 6th will not make it through though. That's the headline. Round 3. 5 cars will be in round 3 for the wild class, and Darren Spooner, 6th fastest, is not going to be one of them. In fact, Spooner's time has now been updated to be listed as a fail. So I think he might have... well, obviously we saw that bad start. I think maybe he was judged to have broken the beam a little early or something like that, but Spooner will be so disappointed. Going through then will be Keith Murray, Dimitri Shribny, Chris Edwards, Ramunas Sepulis, and Richard Wright. 5 cars will go into the wild class final. Final, round 3. Andy Hughes is underway. The Outlaws are underway. Hughes takes off. 4 cars running in the Outlaw class. The most weapons-grade cars that we see out there. And it's Andy Hughes that will look to beat his best from last time out. The benchmark for everybody still sits from round number 1, and that was a 57.99 from Ollie Clark. Frankly, it would take something incredibly special from Hughes, from Malpass, or from Richard White, who's just about to launch. In fact, White will not launch yet. He's going to go next run through. Andy Hughes. His time from the first run was a 72.8, so he was the slowest of the Outlaws in the previous run. He needs to improve this time. He was a couple of tenths off Malpass at the first split. His time is 72.81. He was 100th off of his run from last time. But unfortunately, that means that he will be eliminated because the other 2 cars, or the other 3 cars, all have better times than him. Malpass then a 74.02, but as I understand it, the round 1 and round 2 classes, round 1 and round 2 times will be combined. So Malpass, even though he was slower than Andy Hughes that time, he was quicker than him in the first run, and that will get him through into round number 3. Richard White will possibly be aware that he doesn't need to improve now to stay in, but nonetheless, a spirited launch from the driver of the 14 Impreza. He is shaping up to be Ollie Clark's closest competition. White's best run of the day so far is a 69.14. But strap in, everybody. Ollie Clark launches away in the incredible GobStopper 3. Flat, by the sounds of it, all the way through Gerrard's. Incredible to see just how quickly that car accelerates and just how it sticks to the surface through the corners. Richard White, let's see if he can get further into the 60s then. Crosses the line, and it is going to be in the 60s, I believe. Yes, a 68.47. But here comes Ollie Clark. We're going to get plenty more opportunities to see this man at work today by the looks of it. He's going to get through comfortably. He nails the time at 60 seconds dead. Exactly 1 minute. Again, a ways off what he did in the earlier runs. But it's still enough to go through. The times from round 1 and round 2 are taken together, and the best of the 2 runs will be considered going into round 3, and that means that Ollie Clark will go through, Richard White will go through, and Jack Malpass will go through. Even though Malpass's 74.02 was slower than Andy Hughes, Hughes's best time is not enough. But one of the biggest stories of the day occurred just as we went back into shootout action there. Darren Spooner not able to register a time good enough for the 3rd round. Made an error there off the line, a costly error. Very disappointed for Darren. I'm sure he's disappointed as well. However, with his time being as impressive as it was earlier in the day, I think he might still be in consideration for the fastest 15, the top 15 shootout at the end of the day. In fact, he almost certainly will be. But he would have loved to have stayed on longer in the wild class for sure. So then we now are going to have another run for the wild class. Because there are so many cars entered into that category, they need to do 5 rounds as opposed to 4. And so they will have 5 cars running at full tilt in just a few moments. We're far from done here today at the QUICK60. We're into the sharp end of the day now. And here come the wild class cars once again. What a big story that Darren Spooner will not be partaking in the 3rd round for Wild. Such a shame. I think he might be back out there in the top 15 shootout that will, as long as we have time before curfew, complete our day's action. Richard Wright stands alone, but not for long. Here comes the cavalry. The Sepulus Honda S2000. Dmitry Shribny back on form now in his BRZ. There goes the 22. Richard Wright launches away. The top 3 will go through here. 5 cars are set to lodge a time and only 3 can go through. The Sepulus S2000 is underway. And as always, you can expect him to be flat out through the first corner. Managing to keep the rear mostly in check this time. Ramuna Sepulus. So then, just getting confirmation that we are having 6 cars in this run. I'll explain that in a moment. Here comes Richard Wright across the line, though. And what's his time? We're going to get it on the board in a second. It's a 72.23. 72.23 for Richard Wright. Ramuna Sepulus comes up next. He was a second off in that first sector. Near as makes no difference, of course. Rear-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive off the line, contributing somewhat to that. Sepulus's time is 73.87. Our third car of Dmitry Shribny should be crossing the line. In fact, no, Shribny hasn't started yet. He's about to start. So it's just Wright and Sepulus on that occasion. Here goes Dmitry Shribny now. He is on the track and rolling, and I've had confirmation through that 6 cars are running, and that is because Neil Shaw was obstructed in his previous run. We saw that he was held up towards the end of the run from Chris Greville's Turner, and that means that Neil Shaw has been granted permission to run in this 3rd round. We're still only going to lose, well, we're still only going to have 3 cars in the following round, but there are 6 contesting to try and get into that top 3. Dimitri Shribny and Chris Edwards, you'd weigh both of them as favourites. 2 4-wheel drive cars, 2 very different cars. He's running a Toyota Celica 4-wheel drive system is Chris Edwards. Dimitri Shribny was quicker in the first split. We've seen him do 72s around here before. Will the 77 best that time now? The Subaru BRZ comes across the line. Impreza powered car. Impreza 4-wheel drive. How impressive is the time? A 74.54. That's a little bit off for Shribny. He's going to need Edwards and those behind him to falter if he wants to stay in. Chris Edwards across the line. What time does he set? It's a 1:14.37. So Dimitri Shribny is confirmed eliminated. Chris Edwards is now in the danger seat. He's 3rd fastest. 3 cars will go through to the semi-final, round number 4. Here comes Keith Murray in the Audi 80 Quattro. He wants to get into the final, or into the semi-final here. Would love to progress beyond round number 3. You can see him there waiting for the moment to punch the throttle through Gerrard's. And it's Audi versus Audi, because here comes Neil Shaw. Keith Murray said it on the air, I want to be the quickest Audi here today. And it's Neil Shaw that he has to best in order to do so. Murray's time, a 20.2 in the first split. Neil Shaw, a 20.6, so Shaw is down on Murray. But critically, Murray's also about half a second down from Chris Edwards, and he needs to beat Chris Edwards to make it into the 4th round. Keith Murray, has he found enough time? His benchmark is a 74.37. He's very wide out of Gerrard's. Full commitment from Keith Murray, and it yields a 74.6. It's not enough for Keith Murray and the stunning Audi 80 Quattro. Unfortunately, that is the end of his day. What can Neil Shaw do, though? He was down in the first split, but has he found some magic around the back half of the circuit? The 25 car crosses the line, and the time will be a 76.7. Neil Shaw has not done enough to progress through. It will be Richard Wright, Ramuna Sepulis, and Chris Edwards in round 4. And only 2 of those can go through into the final. With that, we now shift gears back to the clubman class. We now, from here on out, are effectively into our semi-finals. 3 cars to run in the clubman class, and only 2 of them can go through to the final. Joe Bullen lines up in his Mini. Tom J and Jesse Shakespeare in their Clios will go up against him. Looks Looks like the marshals might be having to open the gate to access the paddock before we go into the next round. Yes, indeed. One of our earlier competitors headed home. So a pause in the action, but only for a few seconds before they shut the gate and we return to action. Sure enough, the marshals have very quickly reset the barrier and the gate, and we are now going to launch the Clubmans away for their third round, their semi-final. I remind you that, time permitting, we will also have a top 15 shootout encompassing the fastest 15 overall across all classes. So some of our cars towards the sharp end will have that to possibly look forward to, so long as we have the time, if things go smoothly from here on out. Jesse Shakespeare just opening the bonnet there. Hopefully all is well with that car, but just waiting to launch into this semi-final. Don't anticipate a long wait before we return to action here. It all gets very short and sharp at this end of the QUICK60 format. The eliminations have begun in earnest, and for each category of QUICK60 there is a £250 jackpot on the line as well. There is a little bit of money to be made if you can go fast in your class. Recoup some entry fees and some burnt out tyres if you win these classes. Joe Bullen will be watching on, as we are, as the marshal gave us a 4-iron there. You see there the Civic in the background. That is the sportsman class entry of Fraser McNeil. I have been searingly impressed by Fraser McNeil today. EG Civic is clearly a potent one in his hands. The K20 swap from an EP3 Type R. I dare say that he may even be possibly top 15 shootout, maybe. There are quite a few fast cars, of course, in the wild class. But he has an outside shot, I think, of making the top 15 shootout. We now, though, get to go into the Clubman round number 3, the effective semi-final. Joe Bullen in the Mini R53 will be joined on track by Jesse Shakespeare, and before that by Tom J. the fastest two will go through into the one-on-one shootout final. There's Jay in the 56. Jesse Shakespeare launches away out onto the circuit as well. Joe Bullen was the pace setter in the Mini earlier on. Can he do the same here, or will either of the Clios pull an upset? Will it be Mini versus Clio? Will it be Clio versus Clio in the one-on-one shootout? Joe Bullen heads through the final corner of the lap, which of course, yes, also the first corner through Gerrard's for the second and final time on this run. He will lay down the benchmark for Tom J and Jesse Shakespeare. And the time is an 82.36. He was quicker in the first split than either Jay or Shakespeare. Has Tom J managed to find something a little bit extra? Will he at least be able to best Jesse Shakespeare and go into the final? Jay has crossed the line. Jay's time is a 1:23.76, 83.76. Can Jesse Shakespeare make it into the final, or will he be eliminated in our third round? He crosses the line. The lap time is an 84.26. Jesse Shakespeare has not done enough. It was a good effort from Shakespeare, but it's Jay versus Bullen, Mini versus Clio in the final for the Clubman class, and we now move into the final three in the Sportsman division. It's Fraser McNeil that is going to lay down the gauntlet here. Fraser McNeil, who's been the only Sportsman class driver so far to drop down under 80 seconds. He's going to take a lot of beating today, but Michael Rhodes will be giving it his best shot in the Peugeot 106. If I remember rightly, that car used to be white. Santos Tirado heads off in his Abarth 124 Spider. One of these three will be eliminated then. McNeil, if he performs as he has done so far, should be through. It could well be down to Rhodes and Tirado here. We'll see what McNeil's time is across the line. Tirado through the chicane here. 22.42, a little up on Michael Rhodes from Santos Tirado in the first split. McNeil beats the line. He was 8 tenths up in the first sector, and he's done a 79.08, 1 minute 19.08. That is surely going to be enough to go through. So now it's all about Michael Rhodes and Santos Tirado, who will join the Sprightly Civic in the final of the Sportsman class. Michael Rhodes across the line, and his time is an 81.89. Fraser McNeil, though, his time has been listed as a fail. And that could hand things to both Rhodes and Tirado. Indeed, Tirado and Rhodes are now listed 1 and 2. An 81.49 for Santos Tirado. He went 4 tenths quicker than Rhodes. He would have knocked out Rhodes. But Fraser McNeil has had his time listed as a fail. I didn't see a reason for it. Perhaps he overshot the chicane. I missed that if he did. But a twist in the tail for sure in the Sportsman class there. George Strange launches away in the performance class. Again, a fail for Fraser McNeil, has put him out unexpectedly here. George Strange, though, in the M3, goes up against David Mills. And your third combatant in the MX-5 lining up as well. David Mills in his Carbon Mini. Jamie Biss now launching in his Mazda. Strange, Mills, Biss. As with the previous rounds, 2 will go through here. George Strange, the singing straight 6, comes across my vantage point here in the commentary box. A wonderful sound. It was almost 2 seconds up on David Mills as well. Through that first split. Jamie Biss was behind him as well. Looks like Strange could be the benchmark here in this class. Across the line goes the M3. It's an 81.8, a 121.8 for George Strange. What can David Mills do? He, of course, has that downforce that the BMW M3 does not have. Has it paid dividends on the second half of the lap? What is the time? It's an 83.82, 123.8. Is that enough to beat Jamie Biss? That's the big question. Biss was 0.6 faster than David Mills through the first sector split. What can the MX-5 driver do? Jamie Biss across the line. Has he found the time he needs? An 83.82 to beat. He's not succeeded. An 84.56, 1 minute 24.56. And for Jamie Biss, that's an elimination. It'll be George Strange versus David Mills in the final for performance. A growling V8 from a Mazda MX-5. Mantas Sliogeris is out on the circuit next in the modified class. In the case of this car, modified might be something of an understatement. The wide body kit, the 6-litre Chevy V8, the Corvette motor. An incredible sounding car. I always thought that second generation MX-5s looked a bit like Vipers, even more so with the front end of this thing, as Slioger is there, making use of that drift handbrake around the hairpin. He's really pressing on. 20.77 through the first split. His commitment is clear through the final bend. What kind of time can he put forward? A 75.3 was the best that he's done so far today. And a 75.55 is the benchmark that he has left for his competition in the modified class. I think he might have been a little bit ahead of schedule compared to some of his other compatriots in modified. I can see some of the wild class cars ready to go, but the other modified combatants are yet to emerge. We're expecting to see Adrian Bradley and Richard Goodall out there for this round. Here comes Adrian Bradley in at the E46 BMW M3, representing the saloon circuit racing fraternity here this weekend. Also, of course, representing the Bradley family representing Team Legacy. Sadly, the famous Damien Bradley legacy not here this weekend. His brother's here to make a statement in the big BMW. It's a good launch from Adrian Bradley. Seamless stuff there, very tidy getaway off the standing start from Adrian. Really nice getaway from the 612 car. We'll see what that first sector split says in just a moment. The time to beat is a 75.55 from Mantos Sliogeris. Of course, their competition is Goodall in the Mini. Will it be rear-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive in the final? Or will that Mini that's just rolling down to the start line pull off something of a giant-killing performance? Let's see what Adrian Bradley's time will be. Can he get into that mid-70 range that Sliogeris is operating in? Adrian Bradley, hammer down, cross the line. And his time is a 75.46. He bests Sliogeris by a 10th, and he secures his entry into the final. But will it be the MX-5 or will it be the Mini? Richard Goodall launches away. Front wheel drive, he might have been a little bit slower there off the line than Bradley and Sliogeris were. That's to be expected. Goodall's best time so far, a 76.51. So he's going to need to find a second in order to best the other two. You saw him there just kicking up the dust. It looks impressive, this car. It's been going well, but Richard Goodall needs to pull a trick out of the bag here if he's going to make it into the modified one-on-one final. The F56 Mini, by far the most modern of the three, of course. But has it found a little bit more speed? Look at the commitment from Richard Goodall. You cannot fault his effort. But unfortunately, the effort is not enough. A 76.98, 1 minute 16.98. And it was a valiant, committed attempt from Goodall. But he will be eliminated. And it will be Adrian Bradley versus Mantas Sliogeris in the final for the modified class. The final three. Now awaits in the wild class. The Subaru Impreza of Richard Wright. The number 22 has looked mightily impressive this weekend so far, and he launches away into round 4, into the semi-final. His competition, Chris Edwards, in that fabulous Mazda 323. Of course, also all-wheel drive. We'll see that car launch away shortly. It will be the Dimitri, in fact no, it won't be Dimitri, sorry. Richard Wright and Chris Edwards running though together. Just two cars at this stage running together on the circuit. And actually it is three. So Ramuna Sepulis, the third member of this semi-final is out there on the circuit at the same time, so we're going to find out in short order who lives and who parks in the wild class. Richard Wright is already coming around the final corner at full speed. Let's see what the benchmark is then for Chris Edwards, for Ramuna Sepulis. Richard Wright in the Subaru Impreza comes across the line. He was fastest through the first sector, and his second sector is a 71.69. A very good time from Richard Wright. The gauntlet has been laid down. Can Chris Edwards pick it back up? The 3-2-3 getting wild and loose through the final corner. And it's going to be in the 74s, a 74.36. Can Sepulis do better? He's sideways, he's committed, he's pressing every inch of performance that he can find from his S2000. A bit over the edge there, coming through Gerrard's. And is it good enough to beat Chris Edwards? It is, a 13.84. The Mazda 323 has been bested despite a valiant drive from Edwards. Ramuna Sepulis moves up into the final against Richard Wright. And so now we await the arrival of the Outlaws. With apologies for my hydration needs, just had to step away and take a quick drink. It's been a very exciting semi-final stage. The Outlaws will be out there next. We expect them out shortly. Of course, it was Andy Hughes who got eliminated in the previous round, so we're expecting Jack Malpass, Richard Wright and Ollie Clark in this round 3 run. Of course, while Ollie Clark's pace has been above and beyond, you will need to get through this 3rd round in order to progress. believe we're just awaiting the cars more than anything at this stage, but of course these outlaw machines, as finely tuned as they are, sometimes does take a little moment to get them ready to fire off into another competitive round. They will be back out there very shortly, and then of course we really get to the focal point of the day with the one-on-one shootouts. And from there, I believe we might be doing a prize giving for the one-on-ones. And then moving on to the top 15 shootout. Again, we still await any information or confirmation as to the outlaws. Very promptly, hopefully, be seeing our outlaws on the circuit again. Everyone else is all ready to go, look. You can see in the assembly area there we have the remainder of the classes. So as I understand it, cars are now arriving in pit lane, ready to launch away for the Outlaw semi-final, and indeed I can see that Jack Malpass is ready to go in his mighty R35 GTR. The only car in Outlaw wearing a number plate. Can see the evidence of its roadworthiness in some of the lean in the corners. Jack is having to do this the hard way and do it by using that power under his foot. Malpass hoping for a good launch to maximize that run into the first corner. Of course, everyone in the Outlaw class running that four-wheel drive that is such a benefit off the line. Great thing about sitting up here in the commentary box as well is seeing some of the cars coming down for tomorrow's retro rides gathering. Classic cars of all creeds and all nations here for a day of festivities tomorrow. So many of you already here in the campsites. Quite tempted to see how many barbecues I can talk my way into on the way home today. Given we have tent after tent after tent around the Mallory Park circuit. There is GobStopper 3 in the hands of Ollie Clark, making its way down towards the pit lane, and Jack Malpass is launched into action. We're underway in the final three, round 3 of the Outlaw class. It's the semi-final. 3 are starting, 2 will proceed to the one-on-one shootout. Will it be Malpass? Will it be White? And surely it has to be Ollie Clark based on the form we've seen so far. But you never know in motorsport. Malpass and White are rolling. White powers out of the chicane, now up through the Cooper S's. Shaw's hairpin on the brakes, turn it in. And while that's going on, Jack Malpass, who was down on the first sector, is coming through the final turn. He comes across the line now. He breaks the beam. And his time is a 72.22. Richard White is coming in hot. Let's see what his time is relative. He's gone sub 70 numerous times today. Has he done it again? Yes, a 68.66 for Richard White. And now it's time for Ollie Clark. He's underway for the semi-final run. Let's take a look at Ollie Clark if we possibly can. There he is, running down towards the chicane. He's on the limit, as he has been all weekend long. He doesn't need the limit of that car to go through. It's so fast, it's so strong. It's been in a league of its own so far this weekend. But again, he has to get to the end of the run. And he has to be quicker than his competition. Look at that speed though. Through the first sector, 150 mile an hour on the exit of this corner. He is more or less flat out through this turn. Such is the level of downforce in this Subaru BRZ. It's a sensational car to witness, and it's a car we'll be witnessing in the final. A 57.81 locks Ollie Clark into the final, and his competition will be Richard White in the Subaru Impreza. Next up on circuit, our finals. What a run from Ollie Clark then. We are in short order going to get in to the finals. This is now as simple as it gets. 1v1, mano el mano. We are going to see who has the strongest car in each of the 6 classes. Some have fallen by the wayside a little earlier than anticipated. Perhaps we expected to see Dimitri Shribny at this stage. Perhaps many of you expected Darren Spooner as well. We are going to have a top 15 overall shootout at the end of the day, where perhaps a few drivers can right some wrongs. But for now, it's all about the one-on-one shootouts. £250 on the line as well in each class. So there's some prizes on the line. I've just been informed, though, unfortunately, that the top 15 will not be happening because we are too short on time up against the curfew here at Mallory Park. So that's a huge shame. No top 15 shootout. So these one-on-one finals are going to be the last chance saloon for everybody to set their fastest times. That's really unfortunate for the likes of the wild class front runners who have been already knocked out. We're hoping to see if they could get in amongst it with the outlaws in the top 15 shootout, but I'm sure that idea will live on and be fulfilled in the future. So sadly no top 15 shootout, but the one-on-one finals in each class, including Ollie Clark's incredible GobStopper 3, will be going on shortly. Some seriously close results as well in rounds 3 or round 4 in the case of the wild class. All of those semi-final shootouts had very close orders. Well, most of them did, of course. In the case of Ollie Clark, I mean, he is well clear, but we are expecting quite a few to go to the wire here. I wouldn't want to predict the wild class, certainly. I think equally with the shock elimination due to a failed run from Fraser McNeil. Michael Rhodes and Santos Tirado have been exchanging times all day, so I'm not sure how that's going to go in the Class E, otherwise known as Sportsman. And now the cars are arriving for the one-on-one shootout. And we start off with the clubmen. We're underway with our first of 6 one-on-one shootouts. This is for the Clubman Class Honours. Joe Bullen in his R53 Mini. This car, certainly a pure racer. I don't think Tom J would say that of his own car. He is on the back foot, but he might be able to do something special in that Renault Sport Clio 172. The two cars are running. The head-to-head shootout is underway. Joe Bullen is coming down the main straight now. Tom J was 4/10 off of him in the first sector, but only 4/10. That is gainable for Tom J. Can Joe Bullen do something a little bit special here and win the QUICK60 Clubman class, or will Tom J pull it back in the final part of the lap? Bullen has been a force to be reckoned with so far, and his time has not yet registered. Tom J comes around the final corner. J across the line. Bullen's time is just now registered as a 1:21.98, and Tom J a 1:22.80. So Joe Bullen has done it. Bullen wins in the Clubman class, but Fraser McNeil is back out there. Now, his run was listed earlier on as a fail. However, he's out there and running, which tells me that that might have been an error, that his car was listed as having failed his time, or is this just a second stab at his semi-final time? I'm not sure. So Fraser McNeil was reinstated, video footage proving that he was in the right, and therefore that his failed lap time, his discounted lap time, was wrong. That was an error. So Fraser McNeil is back in, and Fraser McNeil has been the favourite all day long, frankly, in Class E, in the sportsman class. Can he show some of that sub-80-second performance that his car has been willing itself into all day long? Fraser McNeil across the line. He was at a 21.9 at the first split, and it's a 79.17 at the finish line. His opponent then is Santos Tirado, and Santos is going to be thinking, why did he get reinstated? He was set not to go up against him, but to go up against Rhodes in the Peugeot 106. But Fraser McNeil is back out there, and George Strange has been sent out as well. So Santos Strange out there competing for two different classes. Of course, George Strange is running in the performance class, where he is the hot favourite to potentially run away with it. David Mills out there as well. So this is the head-to-head for the performance class, with Santos Tirado up ahead in the Class E, the sportsman class. There's Mills in the 611, the Krylov-inspired car, the all-carbon fibre Mini. And indeed, David Mills worked on this thing through lessons learned in Ilya Krylov's YouTube videos. Quite a sensational story. Santos Tirado, as amazing as it would be, I'm not sure that he's going to be anywhere near Fraser McNeil. We'll see what the lap time says. A 79.17 is the target. I'm not sure he's going to get there, but he was clearly pressing on. And it is a 81.7. So that hands that class to Fraser McNeil. He wins in the sportsman class. We now focus on performance. George Strange was quicker than Mills earlier on today. Can Strange do it again? The South Coast-based driver has set an 82.85. Here comes David Mills. Can he do better than a 122.8? Mills powers out at the final turn. Across the finish line he goes. And it is a lock-up. And that is not going to count, I don't think. You have to make that chicane, is my understanding. Mills's lap time has not come through. It was an 83.01, so regardless, he did not beat the time of George Strange, who will walk away with £250 in his pocket as the winner in the performance class. Moving on, we now go into, I thought we were going to go into the modified class. Yes, we are going into the modified class. Adrian Bradley is first up then. He will be going head to head with Mantos Sliogeris, two very different cars, both rear wheel drive. And that's about where the similarities end. It's straight six versus swapped Chevrolet V8. 3.2 versus 6 in terms of the litre capacity. Mantos Sliogeris launches his incredible MX-5 away, but Adrian Bradley has spun it! Adrian Bradley has had an issue at the chicane, and surely that's going to hand it to Mantos Sliogeris. Adrian Bradley recovers, the run is still ongoing. And an issue for Adrian Bradley, a moment. The BMW's taily nature getting the better of him. Sliogeris, I don't know if he's seen that Adrian Bradley had the issue, but the issue has happened. And the muscular MX-5 should be on course for a commanding shootout one-on-one victory. Mantos Sliogeris crosses the line as the winner. Time of the BMW, I don't think registered. There goes Mantos, celebrating as only he can. Bradley's time was listed as only a 39. I think there may have been a timing glitch there. But Mantos Sliogeris' time, a 75.98, will handily win him the shootout ultimately. As we now move on to the wild class. Richard Wright powers out of the chicane now. Really puts the power down. Bit of understeer there in the scoop. Sepulus launches away. That's his competition for this one. A 19-second first sector for Richard Wright. Ramona Sepulus in the S2000 doesn't have the benefit of that four-wheel drive pickup off the line, and that Subaru looks so fast down the main straight. Richard Wright is going to be hard to beat here for Ramona Sepulus, who has been driving smooth, driving clean all day long, trying to push. The car wants to slide. It's a drifter by nature, as is its driver. Richard Wright, though, in the Subaru Impreza, across the line, locks it up. Oh no! A 71.55. He didn't get that stop for the chicane. That was hairy, to say the least. The S2000 dancing there on the bumps. Sepulus losing the rear just slightly. It's stepping out on him. Powers out of the corner, a bit of a snap there for the Honda S2000 driver. A 73.48. That is slower than Richard Wright, not White, Wright. Which Richard White is out there now. So Richard Wright with the fastest time in the wild class, and now we're into the outlaws, and his near namesake, Richard White, is on the circuit. Here comes GobStopper 3. Ollie Clark is underway. Richard White is going to be the main challenger, but I'm not sure anyone's got more than Ollie Clark today. Look at the speed through Gerrards, just glued to the surface. Look at the speed at the first sector split, 152 mile an hour. Richard White was doing 126. Ollie Clark's car is a beast. Richard White is coming around to cross the line and complete his run, but it's going to take intervention from another realm for Richard White to win this, unfortunately. He crosses the line. It's a 68.56, a very competitive, very strong time. But GobStopper 3 is the showstopper today. Ollie Clark powers out of Gerrards, and take a bow, Roger Clark Motorsport. Take a bow, Ollie Clark. That is a sensational run around the Mallory Park circuit. The time is still yet to be on my screen. But we know that was quick. A 68.5 is the time for Ollie Clark to beat. And we await the confirmation of that time. The Subaru BRZ did a 58.33. That's just been confirmed on the timing screen. Now, Ollie spent most of the day driving around in the sub 60 second bracket. Ollie Clark has had a sensational run. Now, I was correct that Richard Wright, that's W-R-I-G-H-T, may have his lap time deleted. So he is now listed as having failed his run. And that means that Ramunas Sepulis will win the wild class. Despite the quicker time from the number 22 Subaru Impreza of Richard Wright, Ramunas Sepulis has won the wild class. But moreover, Ollie Clark has performed a blinder in the Subaru BRZ. A display of performance that Mallory Park so rarely sees. What a time from Ollie Clark. That would have been a 44-second lap of the circuit as well, of the traditional point or traditional circuit here at Mallory. That would have been a 44-second time. Incredible stuff then from Ollie Clark. As I understand it, I will now head down to the pit lane for presentations of the awards. Again, I reiterate that unfortunately, owing to time constraints today, there will be no top 15 shootout. So then, Ollie Clark wins the shootout, wins the day, and creates the headlines once again here at QUICK60. We've seen it here at Mallory before, and it has so often put jaws on the floor. The GobStopper, perhaps a bit of a jaw breaker. So that's the last of our competitive running here at QUICK60 today. We will be doing a presentation of the awards in the paddock. Unfortunately, I don't think we have the circuit roving mic available to us, so I don't know if you'll be able to hear that over the tannoy, but that was the last of our competitive running for QUICK60 today. There will be some photography and the like going on, some non-competitive running, I believe, later on into the evening. But for the competitive element of the weekend, we are finished here at Mallory Park. Of course, the weekend is just getting started because tomorrow is the Retro Rides Gathering, and we very much look forward to bringing you that. Make sure you join us bright and early tomorrow. Well, after an exciting day of action in QUICK60, it's now time for the presentations. Thank you to everyone who's stayed on for the presentations. I'm very sorry that this microphone isn't connected to anything to make me louder, but I'm a large man, sometimes that's enough. We'll get started with Class F for today. That, of course, the Mini, the R53 Mini, the number 90 of Joe Bullen, your winner in the Clubman. Excellent job. Grab your trophy, sir, and congratulations. Say hi to anyone at home if you want. Hello. Cool. I'm sure a few people are watching. We'll move on then to Class E up next. That is the sportsman class. We weren't sure he was even going to be in the final two shootouts at the end, but the trip down south has been worth it for Fraser McNeil. Incredibly impressive. Do you want to say anything to anyone at home quickly?
Hi guys. Hello. Thank you for watching.
Good job, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Great stuff, Fraser. Incredible car, that little EG Civic. Moving on to Class D, this is the performance class. And I have to say hello to my mate from down the road, George Strange. South Coast Massive. I know you're not comfortable with it, but say hello to someone.
Hello, my mum.
Hello, Mum. There you go. The Strange brothers doing a good job today. George Strange winning in performance. Let's move on then to the modified class and this rather incredible Mazda MX-5 Chevy swapped. Congratulations to Mantas Sliogeris. Good job, man. Anything you want to say?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my team. Thanks, organizers. Yeah, great event. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mantas. Moving on. One more round of applause for him, for sure. We move towards the spicy end of the field into the wild class. And that S2000 did it. Ramuna Sepulis, your winner in wilds. Good job, my friend. You can speak in your native language if anyone's watching. No? Okay. Okay, we'll move on then to this rather impressive piece of hardware in front of me. A stellar drive all day long from Ollie Clark and Roger Clark Motorsport. Great job, my friends. The Outlaw class going to Ollie. You're a media trained man. Tell us about your run.
Still shaking. But yeah, no, had a really good day, and we kind of built up to that lap. The previous lap before the final was the strongest one. But yeah, no, really happy. There's a couple of things that we changed which made some improvements, and the car, yeah, just keeps getting better and better and faster. So yeah, really happy. And great to be back, and you know, big thank you for QUICK60 for putting on a brilliant event. Awesome.
Go celebrate with your friends and family. Thank you for coming along again with the incredible GobStopper 3. Congratulations to the fastest man of QUICK60 2024, Ollie Clark. I am told that car's lap time from post to post would have been an unofficial lap record around the circuit if we were just running a singular rotation. That is one of the quickest cars to have ever put tyre to tarmac here at the Mallory Park circuit, and we have to give it to them. An incredible performance, not just from Ollie, but all of our winners and all of our competitors. Thank you so much for coming. Safe travels home. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all. And that about wraps up another QUICK60. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you've stayed to the bitter end to see the presentations, we thank you so much for doing so. It'll be back bigger and better, as it always is, in 2025. And if you're local, there's a gathering happening tomorrow of retro rides. Make sure you join us at Mallory. See you soon.